Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The sun dipped below the western horizon, painting the sky in deepening shades of amber and violet as Jesse Harlan secured his campsite for the night. At 32, Jesse had spent most of his adult life in motion, drifting across the frontier with little more than his horse, Penny, a weathered saddle, and whatever supplies fit in his saddlebags. His face, tanned and lined despite his relatively young age, spoke of countless days spent beneath open skies, while his hands, calloused and strong, showed the varied work he'd taken on during his travels. The small clearing he'd chosen sat a comfortable distance from the trail, nestled near the bend of an old creek bed that held only the memory of water this late in the summer. A massive cottonwood tree dominated the clearing, its sprawling branches reaching skyward like ancient fingers stretching toward the emerging stars. There was something majestic about a lone tree standing defiant against the vast openness of the prairie, a solitary sentinel that had somehow survived drought, lightning, and the brutal winter winds that scoured these lands. "What do you think, girl?" Jesse murmured to Penny as he brushed her down for the night. The mare nickered softly in response, seeming content with the patch of grass he'd found for her. "Yeah, not a bad spot to rest our bones." He'd been riding for 2 weeks now, making his way south from Blackwater, where a brief stint working the docks had earned him enough money to continue his journey. His destination was Armadillo, or perhaps beyond to the border, though Jesse rarely held firmly to any planned route. The frontier had taught him the value of flexibility, of following opportunity or instinct, rather than rigid intentions. With Penny settled, Jesse set about preparing his own simple dinner. Coffee bubbling in a battered pot at the edge of his small fire, beans warming beside it, and a few strips of jerky to round out the meal. As darkness fully claimed the land, he noticed the first fireflies beginning to emerge along the creek bed, their gentle lights blinking like earthbound stars among the dry grasses and dormant cattails. The peaceful setting invited contemplation, and Jesse found his thoughts drifting to the letter, folded carefully in his breast pocket. The reason for his southward journey after nearly 3 years of wandering the northern territories. Sarah's handwriting, neat and precise as always, had found him in Blackwater, after passing through half a dozen post offices that had held her letters until he chanced to check for mail. His younger sister had written of their father's failing health, the struggling family ranch outside Armadillo, and her unspoken hope that Jesse might finally return home. "Been away too long," he admitted quietly to himself, pouring coffee into a tin cup and settling back against his saddle. The rich aroma mingled with the scent of dry grass and wood smoke, creating that distinctive perfume of prairie nights that had become more familiar to him than any town or settlement. As Jesse sipped his coffee and watched the fire's glow push back the darkness, he became aware of a subtle movement in his peripheral vision. Turning slightly, he noticed what appeared to be a lantern light among the highest branches of the cottonwood tree. A warm golden glow swaying gently as if stirred by a breeze, though the night air remained perfectly still around him. He straightened, setting his cup aside as he focused on the unexpected light. It wasn't the cool blue-white flicker of fireflies, nor the shifting red reg of his campfire reflected on leaves. This was unmistakably a lantern's glow, steady and purposeful, hanging among branches that must have been 30 feet above the ground. "Hello," Jesse called, rising to his feet. "Someone up there?" No answer came, only the soft chirping of crickets and the occasional distant cry of a nighthawk. The light continued its gentle swaying, casting a small pool of illumination among the cottonwood's highest reaches. Jesse circled the massive trunk, studying the tree from different angles. No ladder or rope was visible, no clear means for anyone to have climbed so high, especially carrying a lit lantern. "Peculiar," he murmured, returning to his fire. The light didn't seem threatening. Quite the opposite. There was something almost comforting about its steady presence above him, like a sentinel keeping watch through the night. After considering whether to investigate further, Jesse decided to simply observe. The cottonwood's trunk was too thick to climb easily, especially in darkness, and disturbing whatever mystery presented itself seemed unnecessary when it offered no apparent danger. He settled back against his saddle, occasionally glancing up at the swaying light as he finished his simple dinner and prepared for sleep. When he finally wrapped himself in his blanket, the lantern still glowed steadily among the branches, casting its gentle radiance down upon his campsite like a watchful guardian. "Good night," then Jesse murmured toward the light, feeling only slightly foolish for addressing it. "Whoever or whatever you are," the fire died down to glowing embers. Jesse's eyes grew heavy, and sleep claimed him beneath the cottonwood spreading canopy. His last conscious thought was wondering whether the light would remain until morning, or if it would disappear like so many mysterious things did when examined too closely in daylight's revealing glare. Morning arrived with the distinctive chorus of prairie awakening, the melodic trilling of meadowlarks, the rustle of small creatures moving through dry grass, and the distant lowing of cattle somewhere beyond the gentle rise to the east. Jesse woke with the first grey light, a habit formed through years of outdoor living, and immediately glanced toward the cottonwood's upper branches. As he had halfway expected, no lantern was visible among the gently stirring leaves, no sign that anything unusual had occupied that space during the night. Rising and stretching muscles stiff from ground sleeping, Jesse methodically began his morning routine. Stirring the fire's remnants back to life, setting coffee to boil, checking on Penny, who grazed contentedly nearby. As he moved around his campsite, he studied the cottonwood more carefully in growing daylight. The tree was indeed massive, its grey-brown bark deeply furrowed with age, lower branches thick enough for a man to walk upon if he could reach them. The highest branches, where he'd seen the light, seemed impossibly distant from the ground. "Didn't dream it," he assured himself quietly, remembering the steady, golden glow. His mind wasn't given to fanciful imaginings. Years of practical frontier living had ground such tendencies out of him. Yet neither could he immediately explain what he'd witnessed. The mystery might have been temporarily set aside, as Jesse prepared to continue his journey, had he not noticed something while gathering his scattered gear. Near the base of the cottonwood, partially concealed by a gnarled root that broke the soil surface, sat a weathered wooden stump that had been shaped into a crude bench. Its surface was smooth from years of use, the wood silver-grey with age and exposure. Someone had spent considerable time sitting here, facing westward toward the horizon where the trail continued. Jesse ran his hand across the smooth surface, feeling the subtle indentations worn by a person sitting in the same spot, day after day, perhaps year after year. Looking more carefully at the ground surrounding the stump bench, he noticed that although tall prairie grass grew everywhere else in the clearing, The earth directly around this sitting place remained relatively bare, as if regularly disturbed. "Someone comes here," he concluded, glancing between the bench and the highest branches where he'd seen the light. The connection seemed obvious, though its meaning remained elusive. His planned early departure slipped away as curiosity took hold. Jesse decided to delay his journey by a few hours to investigate further. Securing Penny on a long lead that allowed her to graze comfortably, he began a more thorough exploration of the area surrounding the cottonwood. The dry creek bed yielded little information. It had clearly once carried water regularly, but now served as a drainage route only during the heaviest rains. Yet as Jesse followed its curving path westward, he discovered a surprising sight. Approximately 50 yards from his campsite, a small patch of deliberately planted wildflowers bloomed defiantly against the summer dryness. Someone had created a tiny garden here, the carefully arranged stones surrounding it channeling occasional moisture from the creek bed when rain did come. More intriguing still was what stood at the garden's center. A simple wooden cross, weathered by years of exposure, but still standing straight and true. No name marked the cross, no dates or epitaph, just the plain symbol standing amid blooming prairie flowers that had no natural business growing in such a difficult spot. "Well now," Jesse murmured, crouching to examine the small memorial more closely. The flowers had been tended recently, no weeds competed with their growth, and the soil had been loosened around their bases to help retain precious moisture. Someone visited this place regularly, caring for this unmarked grave with quiet dedication. As Jesse straightened and looked back toward the cottonwood, the connection between the tree, the lantern light, the sitting bench, and this small memorial began to suggest a story, one involving waiting, loss, and remembrance. But the details remained tantalizingly out of reach, like a half-remembered dream. Returning to his campsite, Jesse found his curiosity now firmly hooked by the gentle mystery surrounding this seemingly ordinary place. On impulse, he decided to stay another night to see if the lantern would appear again, and perhaps to encounter whoever tended the flower garden at the unmarked cross. "Change of plans, girl," he told Penny as he removed his saddlebags from where he'd packed them. "Hope you don't mind another day of good grazing." The delayed departure gave Jesse time to more thoroughly assess his surroundings. Throughout the morning, he gathered wood for his fire, refilled his canteen from the water barrel on his pack horse, and walked the perimeter of the clearing, his practiced eye noting signs of regular human presence. A faint trail leading eastward that he hadn't noticed the previous evening. Occasional boot prints of smaller size than his own, marking someone's path between the cottonwood and the flowered grave. As midday approached, the sound of distant hoofbeats drew his attention. Jesse wasn't particularly concerned. He had nothing worth stealing, and his position near the cottonwood was visible enough that trying to hide would seem more suspicious than simply greeting whoever approached. Still, frontier caution had kept him alive this long, so he casually checked that his revolver sat easily in its holster as he continued arranging his campsite. A few minutes later, a rider crested the gentle rise to the east. The figure that approached was not what Jesse might have expected in these parts. Not a cowhand, drifter, or lawman, but an elderly woman astride a dappled mare almost as grey as her neatly pinned hair. She rode confidently despite her years, back straight in the saddle, reins held in hands that showed the wear of decades of ranch work. A wide-brimmed hat protected her face from the summer sun, and simple, practical clothing spoke of a life built on utility rather than fashion. She slowed her horse as she spotted Jesse's campsite, assessing him with the careful gaze of someone who had learned to quickly measure strangers. Whatever she saw apparently satisfied her concerns, as she directed her mare directly toward him rather than giving his camp a wide berth. "Afternoon," Jessie called, raising a hand in greeting as she approached. "Good day to you," she replied, her voice carrying the slight rasp of age but clear and direct. "Don't often see travelers camping here. Most prefer the crossing 5 miles south, where the creek still holds water." "Found this spot as evening was coming on," Jessie explained. "Seemed peaceful enough and my horse needed rest." The woman nodded, her weathered face thoughtful as she studied him. Jessie guessed her to be in her 70s, though the frontier aged people in unpredictable ways. Her eyes remained sharp and clear, missing nothing as they took in his campsite, his horses, and Jessie himself. "I'm Margaret Abernethy," she offered after a moment. "My ranch lies just over that rise to the east. These acres around the cottonwood aren't strictly mine, but I keep an eye on them nonetheless." "Jessie Harlan," he replied with a respectful nod. "Just passing through on my way south. Hope I'm not trespassing on private concerns." Margaret dismounted with surprising agility for her years, patting her mare's neck before loosely securing the reins to a low branch. "No trespass," she assured him, "though this place does hold private meaning for some of us who've lived hereabouts longer than most." Jessie noticed she carried a small bundle wrapped in cloth, which she held carefully as she approached the cottonwood. "I saw the memorial garden down by the creek," he acknowledged, deciding directness might be appreciated more than dancing around the matter. "And something else too, a light in this tree last night, up high among the branches." Margaret paused, turning to study him more intently. "Did you know?" she asked, neither confirming nor denying the observation. "And what did you make of such a thing?" "Nothing yet," Jessie admitted, "though I'm curious enough that I've delayed my journey to perhaps see it again tonight." A slight smile touched the older woman's lips. "Curiosity's a quality I've always respected, Mr. Harlan, when it comes paired with proper respect. Too many pass through these parts seeing nothing beyond their own concerns, blind to the stories written in the land around them." She moved to the stump bench Jessie had discovered earlier, settling herself upon it with the ease of long familiarity. The bundle she carried was placed carefully beside her as she gestured for Jessie to join her. "Since you've seen Elizabeth's lantern and found interest enough to stay, perhaps you should hear the tale behind it," she offered. "That is, if you've patience for an old woman's storytelling in the middle of your travels." Jessie settled cross-legged on the ground near the bench, genuinely intrigued. "I'd consider it a kindness," he replied honestly. "And I've nowhere pressing to be that can't wait another day." Margaret nodded, her gaze lifting to the cottonwood's highest branches, where Jessie had seen the light. "This tree was already old when the first settlers came to this valley," she began, her voice taking on the rhythmic quality of a practiced storyteller. "A landmark for travelers long before any maps marked these territories. The creek beside it flowed year-round then, making this a natural stopping place for anyone journeying through these parts." She unwrapped her bundle as she spoke, revealing fresh wildflowers, similar to those growing at the memorial site. With practiced hands, she began weaving them into a simple but beautiful arrangement as her story continued. "Among the earliest families to settle here permanently were the Wilsons. Thomas Wilson claimed land about 3 miles west of here, good grazing acres with reliable water from the creek. He brought his young wife Elizabeth all the way from Boston, a city girl with fine manners and education, who nonetheless took to frontier life with remarkable determination." Jessie listened attentively, as Margaret's words painted a picture of the young couple establishing their homestead, building a simple cabin, breaking soil for crops, while gradually acquiring a small herd of cattle. The challenges of frontier life tested them severely: drought years, harsh winters, isolation. Yet their bond remained strong, their commitment to building a life together unshaken. They'd been here 4 years when Thomas needed to make the journey to Fort Mercer, Marguerite continued, her fingers steadily working with the flowers. A matter of securing their claim properly through the territorial office there and purchasing supplies they desperately needed before winter. Elizabeth wanted to accompany him, but she was carrying their first child after years of hoping, and the journey was deemed too risky in her condition. The familiar elements of frontier separation emerged in her tale. The reluctant goodbye, the promises to return by a certain date, the careful preparations to ensure the one left behind would manage until reunion. Thomas Wilson departed with 2 pack horses, laden with pelts and other trade goods, expecting to return within 3 weeks. Elizabeth walked with him, as far as this cottonwood, Margaret said, gesturing to the grounds surrounding them. And each evening after his departure, she would come here to sit, watching the western trail for signs of his return. As days stretched into weeks with no sign of Thomas, Elizabeth maintained her vigil. Even after the expected return date passed, she continued coming to the cottonwood each evening, a lantern in hand to guide her husband home through darkness if he should appear on the horizon as night fell. A month became 2, Margaret said, her voice softening. Autumn storms came early that year. The creek flooded twice. Still Elizabeth came, her child growing within her, her faith in Thomas's return unwavering, even as neighbors began to exchange worried glances when her name was mentioned. Jesse found himself deeply engaged in the tale, easily imagining the young woman walking from her homestead each evening, regardless of weather, taking her place on this very bench where Margaret now sat, lantern at her side, as she watched the western trail with determined hope. When winter arrived properly, with snow covering the trails and temperatures that froze water solid in buckets overnight, Elizabeth could no longer make the daily journey, Margaret continued. Her time was near, the child almost ready to enter the world. Neighbors insisted she stay close to her cabin, and reluctantly she agreed. Margaret had finished arranging her flowers, creating a simple but beautiful bouquet bound with a strip of faded blue ribbon. She held it in her lap as she continued, her gaze now fixed on the distant western horizon. She gave birth during the worst blizzard anyone could remember. A healthy son, who she named Thomas after his father. The women who attended her said she showed remarkable strength throughout, never once crying out despite the difficult labor. But afterward, Margaret paused, a shadow passing over her features. The birth took too much from her. Fever set in by morning. By the following nightfall, Elizabeth was gone. Jesse felt the weight of the story's inevitable turn, the tragedy that had been hinted at from the moment Margaret began speaking. Yet something didn't align with the evidence he'd observed. The unmarked grave by the creek, the regular tending of flowers, the light he'd seen in the tree. The neighbors buried her there by the creek, Margaret explained, answering his unspoken question. The ground was frozen too hard closer to the homestead, but here near the water, it remained workable enough to dig a proper grave. They made a simple marker, planning to replace it with something more fitting when spring came. She rose from the bench, moving with that same surprising grace that belied her years. 3 days after they laid Elizabeth to rest, Thomas Wilson returned. The revelation hung in the air between them, the cruel timing a familiar element in frontier tales, where distance and difficulty so often separated loved ones during life's most critical moments. Jesse remained silent, allowing Margaret to continue at her own pace as she walked slowly toward the cottonwood's massive trunk. His journey had taken far longer than expected. Heavy rains washed out trails, forcing long detours. One of his pack horses went lame, requiring weeks of rest before it could travel again. A fever kept him bedridden in a stranger's home for nearly a month. She touched the cottonwood's rough bark with a gentle hand. When he finally arrived home to find his wife buried and his newborn son being cared for by neighbors, something broke in Thomas Wilson. The story's continuation held the quiet devastation Jesse had anticipated. Thomas Wilson's inability to bond with his son, his withdrawal from community, his eventual abandonment of the homestead he and Elizabeth had worked so hard to establish. He left his son in the care of neighbors who had already come to love the boy, sold his land and stock for a fraction of their worth, and disappeared eastward, supposedly returning to Boston, though no confirmation of his arrival there ever reached the settlement. Young Thomas grew up strong and healthy, raised by good people who never let him forget the mother who had given her life bringing him into the world, Margaret said. Married, had children of his own, and eventually established a successful ranch that his grandsons run to this day. She returned to the bench, lifting the bouquet she had created. But here's where the story takes its curious turn, Mr. Harlan. 1 year to the day after Elizabeth's death, the first rider reported seeing a light in this cottonwood at night. A lantern's glow, high among the branches where no person could reach. Word spread quickly, and soon others witnessed the same phenomenon. Margaret stood, indicating that Jessie should follow as she began walking toward the creek bed, where the small memorial garden grew. Some believed it was Elizabeth's spirit, still keeping her vigil, still watching the western trail for a husband's return. Others dismissed it as trick of moonlight on leaves, or reflections from distant campfires. But year after year the light appeared, always on certain nights, always in the same place, among the highest branches. They reached the small gravesite, and Margaret knelt carefully to place her newly created bouquet beside the weathered cross. I come each week to tend her flowers and keep her company for a little while, she explained. Been doing so for 53 years now, since my own Robert passed and left me to run our ranch alone. As Margaret arranged the flowers, Jesse noticed something he'd missed during his earlier inspection. A small object, half buried in the soil beside the cross. When Margaret saw his attention focused on it, she gently brushed away dirt to reveal an old lantern key, the kind used to adjust the wick in oil lanterns, its metal worn smooth by years of handling. Elizabeth's lantern key, she explained, found among her possessions after her passing. Thomas Wilson placed it here before he left, the one acknowledgement he made of her burial. Neighbors wanted to give him the lantern itself as a keepsake, but no one could find it after her death. Some thought Thomas took it with him, others believed it was buried with her, though no one who attended the burial remembered seeing it placed in her grave. Margaret rose, brushing soil from her hands. The mystery of the missing lantern only added to the tale of the light in the cottonwood. For generations now, folks hereabouts have reported seeing Elizabeth's lantern on certain nights, always in the highest branches, always swaying gently as if held in a patient hand. They walked back toward the cottonwood in companionable silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts about the story and its implications. When they reached Margaret's horse, she took the reins but paused before mounting. "You mentioned you saw the light last night," she said, studying Jessie with those sharp, clear eyes. "That's unusual. Most often it appears on significant dates. The anniversary of Thomas's departure, of Elizabeth's death, of what would have been their wedding day. Rarely does it show itself to casual travelers passing through." Jessie considered this, remembering the steady glow among the branches. "Perhaps not so casual," he offered after a moment. "I'm making my way home after a long absence. My sister wrote that our father's health is failing." Understanding dawned in Margaret's expression. "Ah," she said simply. "Then perhaps Elizabeth has a message for you, Mr. Harlan. Those who've studied her appearances over the years believe she shows herself most often to those separated from loved ones. A reminder not to wait too long for reunions, for time is precious and never guaranteed. With surprising quickness, she mounted her dappled mare. I'll take my leave now, but perhaps we'll speak again. If you remain another night and see Elizabeth's light again, consider yourself specially chosen. Not everyone receives second chances to witness such things. Before Jessie could respond, Margaret had turned her horse and started back toward the eastern rise, her straight-backed figure gradually diminishing with distance until she disappeared over the horizon. Jessie stood watching long after she had gone, his thoughts churning with the story she had shared and its uncomfortable parallels to his own situation, the long absence from family, the possibility of returning too late for crucial reunions. The remainder of the day passed slowly as Jessie occupied himself with camp maintenance, care for his horses, and preparation of a more substantial meal than his usual trail fare. As evening approached, he found himself watching the western horizon as the sun began its descent, unconsciously mimicking Elizabeth Wilson's vigil from decades past. Night settled over the prairie with remarkable swiftness once the sun disappeared, stars emerging in countless profusion across the darkening sky. Jessie built his fire higher than the previous night, its warm light creating a circle of visibility around his camp while deepening the shadows beyond. He settled on his bedroll, back against his saddle, coffee cup in hand as he alternated between watching the dancing flames and glancing upward toward the cottonwood's highest branches. Hours passed with no sign of the mysterious light. The fire burned down to glowing embers. Night insects sang their complex chorus, and occasionally distant coyotes called to one another across the vastness of the prairie darkness. Jessie began to wonder if perhaps his previous night's sighting had been unusual indeed, a rare glimpse granted to a passing stranger who would not receive a second viewing. Just as his eyelids began to grow heavy with approaching sleep, a soft golden glow appeared among the cottonwood's highest branches. The light emerged not suddenly but gradually, like a slow exhalation of illumination, until it burned steady and clear against the star-filled sky. As on the previous night, it swayed gently as if stirred by a breeze, though the air around Jessie remained perfectly still. "Hello again," he murmured, setting aside his coffee cup and moving to stand beneath the massive tree. The lantern, if indeed that's what it was, hung at least 30 feet above him, its light casting subtle patterns through the cottonwood's leaves onto the ground below. From this angle, Jessie could almost convince himself he saw a feminine silhouette holding the light, though the impression remained tantalizingly indistinct, like trying to make sense of shadows within shadows. Remembering Margaret's words about Elizabeth's vigilant waiting, Jessie turned to face westward, aligning himself with the direction the bench faced, the direction from which Thomas Wilson had been expected to return. From this perspective, the lantern's position made perfect sense, high enough to be visible from a significant distance to anyone approaching along the western trail, steady enough to serve as a reliable beacon through darkness. "You waited faithfully," Jessie said quietly, speaking to the light, or the presence he sensed behind it. Night after night, never giving up hope he'd return. The lantern's glow seemed to intensify slightly, though Jessie couldn't be certain. This wasn't simply his imagination responding to the emotion he felt building within him. The parallels to his own situation became impossible to ignore. His 3-year absence from family, his sister's letters that had tracked their father's declining health, his own perpetual postponement of the journey home in favor of continuing his aimless wandering. "I understand waiting," he continued, speaking more to himself now than to the light. "But I've caused others to wait instead of doing it myself, made my family keep watch for my return instead of staying where I was needed. The prairie night wrapped around his words, absorbing them without judgment, while the lantern continued its gentle swaying among the branches. Fireflies had emerged again along the creek bed, their intermittent flashing creating a counterpoint to the steady glow above. Jesse sank down onto the stump bench where Elizabeth Wilson had maintained her vigil, his gaze fixed on the western horizon, now invisible in darkness, except where starlight defined its edge. The position felt strangely right, as if he temporarily occupied a space where countless hours of hopeful watching had left an imprint stronger than mere physical wearing of the wood. "I've been running a long time," he admitted to the night, telling myself I needed to see what was over the next rise, beyond the next river, through the next pass. But maybe I've just been avoiding what matters most. The lantern light remained steady as Jesse continued his one-sided conversation with the presence he felt rather than saw. He spoke of his father's struggle to maintain their ranch after his mother's death, his sister's marriage and children who barely knew their uncle, his own restlessness that had driven him ever onward without allowing him to establish roots anywhere. "Tomorrow I'll continue to Armadillo," he finally concluded, rising from the bench as the hour grew late. "And from there home to the ranch. No more delays, no more excuses." As if in response to his declaration, the lantern's glow intensified briefly before beginning to fade, not blinking out suddenly, but gradually diminishing like a deep breath slowly released. Within minutes, darkness reclaimed the cottonwood's highest branches, leaving only starlight filtering through leaves where the golden radiance had been. Jesse returned to his bedroll, a sense of resolution settling over him that had been absent throughout his years of wandering. The light's appearance and subsequent fading after his commitment to return home seemed too precisely timed to dismiss as coincidence, though his practical nature still resisted attributing conscious intention to what might be simply an unusual natural phenomenon. As sleep approached, Jesse found himself wondering about those who had witnessed Elizabeth's lantern before him. Travelers separated from loved ones, perhaps, or individuals facing decisions about staying or leaving. Had they also felt this sense of gentle guidance, this reminder of connections that persisted despite physical distance or the passage of time? His last conscious thought before drifting into deep, restful sleep was a silent acknowledgement to the presence he had felt among the branches. "Thank you for the reminder. I won't wait too long." Morning came with the soft golden light of prairie dawn, birds calling their greeting to the new day as Jesse woke with unusual readiness. Typically, he resented morning's arrival, grudgingly accepting its demand to resume movement, continue journey, establish forward progress. Today felt different, purpose rather than mere momentum driving his efficient breaking of camp and preparation for departure. As he saddled Penny, Jesse noticed movement on the eastern rise where Margaret had disappeared the previous day. A small figure approached on foot. Not the elderly rancher, but a young boy of perhaps 12, leading a pinto pony and carrying something in his free hand. Jesse paused in his preparations, waiting as the boy made his way directly toward the cottonwood. "Morning," Jesse called when the youngster came within conversational distance. "You're out and about early." The boy nodded, studying Jesse with open curiosity but without apprehension. His clothes were practical frontier wear, sturdy trousers, homespun shirt, worn boots that had likely belonged to an older sibling before him. His sun-browned face suggested hours spent outdoors, while his direct gaze showed the confidence of a child, raised to meet adults as equals in the community of survival that frontier life created. "Grandma Margaret said you saw the lantern light," the boy stated without preamble. "2 nights running." Jesse smiled slightly, recognizing the connection. "You must be Margaret Abernathy's grandson." She mentioned your family's ranch lies just beyond that rise. I'm William Abernathy, the boy confirmed with a nod. Most call me Will. Grandma tends Elizabeth's flowers, and I help sometimes. He patted the Pinto's neck affectionately. Storm and I ride out this way most mornings before chores. Jessie finished cinching Penny's saddle while considering this information. Your grandmother told me Elizabeth's story yesterday. Quite a tale. Will nodded, approaching the cottonwood with the comfortable familiarity of someone who had visited many times before. Been coming here my whole life, he said, setting down what he carried, a small wooden box, simply but beautifully crafted. Seen the lantern 6 times myself. First when I was 7, night after my pa broke his leg bad in a cattle drive. Doctor wasn't sure he'd walk again. The matter-of-fact way the boy mentioned the light suggested complete acceptance of its reality, with neither superstitious fear nor need to explain it away. Jessie found this refreshing. Frontier children often developed a practical relationship with mystery, incorporating the unexplainable into their understanding of the world, without requiring it to conform to adult logic. Your grandmother seemed to think it unusual that I saw the light, being just a traveler passing through, Jessie commented as he finished his preparations for departure. Will placed his box carefully at the base of the cottonwood, aligning it precisely with the massive trunk. Not so unusual if you're the right kind of traveler, he replied with the simple wisdom of youth. Elizabeth shows her light to those who need reminding about something important. At least, that's what Grandma says. Jessie watched as the boy opened the wooden box, revealing an interior lined with faded blue fabric, the same shade as the ribbon Margaret had used to bind her flower bouquet. Inside lay various small objects, a smooth river stone, a carved wooden horse, what appeared to be an old coin, and several other trinkets that clearly held personal significance. "What's all this?" Jesney asked, genuinely curious. "Gifts for Elizabeth," Will explained, selecting the carved horse and placing it carefully between 2 prominent roots of the cottonwood. People who see her light often leave something to say thanks. I keep them safe in this box. Bring them out when the weather's fair so she can see them. Take them in when storms come. The simple ritual touched Jessie unexpectedly. This evidence of community acknowledgement stretching across generations. Not formal worship or superstitious offering, but genuine gratitude, expressed through small treasures entrusted to a young boy's care. I believe she helps people, Will continued, arranging the other items in a neat semicircle around the wooden horse, especially at night when traveling's dangerous. 3 winters back, Mr. Jenkins got caught in a blizzard coming back from Armadillo. Said he'd have frozen for certain if he hadn't seen a light leading him to shelter. Found himself right here, under this tree, protected enough from the wind to survive till morning. Jessie nodded, having heard similar tales throughout the frontier. Mysterious lights guiding lost travelers, unexpected shelter appearing when most needed, inexplicable assistance arriving at crucial moments. Skeptics dismissed such stories as exaggeration born of gratitude for good fortune or lucky coincidence, but those who experienced such things often maintained quiet certainty about what had occurred. I should leave something too then, Jessie decided, checking his pockets for an appropriate token. He found little of sentimental value. Years of transient living had taught him to travel light, avoid accumulating possessions that might bind him to places or memories. Finally, his fingers closed around the heavy brass compass his father had given him when he first left home, its case worn smooth from years of handling. For a moment, Jessie hesitated. The compass represented one of his few connections to family, a practical tool that had guided him across unmapped territories when other travelers might have become hopelessly lost. Giving it up meant surrendering both utility and the tenuous link to his distant home. Yet perhaps that was precisely the point. His journey home required internal direction now, commitment rather than mere navigation. With sudden certainty, Jesse knelt and placed the compass among Will's arranged treasures, its brass catching morning sunlight in a brief flare of brightness. "My father's compass," he explained simply. "Seems right that it should rest here when I no longer need outside guidance to find my way home." Will nodded approval, carefully adjusting the compass's position to align with the other object. "She'll keep it safe," he assured Jesse. "Sometimes things disappear from here, but only when they're needed elsewhere." Mr. Peterson left his lucky rabbit's foot after Elizabeth's light led him to water during drought season. 2 years later it vanished, and that same week Johnny Maxwell found a rabbit's foot in his saddlebag, right before he got ambushed by bandits. Bullet hit right where the foot was carried, stopped it from killing him. Jesse smiled at the story, appreciating its blend of frontier practicality and faith in mysteries that operated beyond immediate understanding. Whether coincidence, community storytelling, or genuine supernatural connection, the effect remained the same. People believing themselves watched over, guided when necessary, remembered within larger patterns of existence. "I'd best be on my way," Jesse said, gathering Penny's reins. "Long ride to Armadillo ahead, and then home beyond that." Will closed his wooden box after ensuring all its treasures were properly arranged. "Safe journey," he offered, the simple frontier blessing carrying weight beyond his years. Elizabeth watches the Western Trail, but her light shines in all directions for those who need finding. Jesse mounted, settling into his saddle with the familiar comfort of countless miles traveled. "I appreciate your grandmother's story," he told the boy, "and your tending of these memories. Not many your age would bother with old tales and tokens." Will shrugged, the gesture neither dismissive nor embarrassed. "Stories are how we remember what matters," he replied matter-of-factly. "Grandma says forgetting is the only true death anyone suffers." With those words hanging in the morning air between them, Jesse touched his hat brim in farewell and turned Penny westward, following the trail that Thomas Wilson had taken nearly 70 years earlier. Unlike Thomas, however, Jesse's journey would complete a circle rather than breaking one, returning him to family waiting rather than taking him away from loved ones left behind. As the cottonwood diminished behind him, Jesse allowed himself one backward glance. Will remained beneath the massive tree, morning sunlight filtering through leaves to dapple his figure with shifting patterns of light and shadow. For an instant, so briefly Jesse couldn't be certain he hadn't imagined it, a feminine silhouette seemed to stand beside the boy, a hand resting gently on his shoulder while her other arm lifted in farewell gesture. Then there was only the boy and his pinto, the wooden box and the ancient cottonwood, standing sentinel over a prairie that continued its slow seasonal breathing as it had for centuries before human witnesses arrived to marvel at its mystery. Jesse faced forward again, pressing Penny into an easy trot that ate away at the miles stretching between his present position and his distant home. The compass he had carried for years now rested in other keeping, but he found he didn't miss its weight or guidance. His direction had become clear during 2 nights beneath Elizabeth Lantern. No mechanical device needed to show him the way now that he had finally decided to stop running from what mattered most. 3 days later, as Jesse approached the outskirts of the struggling ranch he had left 3 years earlier, he noticed something unusual. A lantern burned in the window of his family's home despite broad daylight. An old signal from his childhood, meant to guide family members home through darkness or bad weather. As he drew closer, his sister emerged onto the porch, shading her eyes against afternoon glare. Her face showed momentary disbelief before breaking into joyful recognition. her voice calling his name as she ran to meet him. Behind her appeared their father, moving slowly with the aid of a walking stick, but very much alive, his weathered face showing the same mixture of disbelief and joy. "How did you know to expect me?" Jesse asked later as they sat together on the porch, family connections re-establishing themselves through shared meals and careful conversations that navigated the terrain of 3 years' absence. Sarah, his sister, exchanged glances with their father before responding. "3 nights ago I had the strangest dream about a woman standing beneath a cottonwood tree. She told me you were finally coming home, that I should keep a light burning to guide your way." Their father nodded confirmation. "Same dream, same night. Woman I'd never seen before, yet somehow familiar. Said her name was Elizabeth and that you'd left your compass behind but found your true direction. Told us to have faith that journeys separated can still end in reunion if hearts remain constant." Jesse sat in silence, processing this extraordinary extension of the mystery he had encountered. Perhaps Elizabeth's vigilant watching had expanded beyond the cottonwood, her patient waiting transformed into active guidance for those separated by circumstance or choice. Or perhaps the connections between people who loved one another created their own mysterious communications, needing only the right catalyst to manifest across physical distance. Whatever explanation might satisfy rational understanding, the deeper truth required no analysis. Jesse had found his way home through darkness, illuminated by a light kept burning through decades of patient waiting. That same steadfast illumination had prepared his family for his return, bridging separation with renewed connection that felt both miraculous and perfectly natural in its proper timing. As night fell across the ranch that had shaped his earliest understanding of home, Jesse found himself watching the stars emerge above familiar landscape. The same stars had shone above the cottonwood where Elizabeth maintained her eternal vigil. Above the unmarked grave Margaret tended with faithful dedication. Above Will's careful arrangement of gratitude tokens left by travelers guided to safety. The continuity comforted him, not just of celestial constancy, but of human connections that persisted through separation, loss, return, and reunion. Elizabeth's light had shown him more than the way home. It had illuminated the enduring nature of bonds that survived physical absence, the patient faith that sustained those who waited, and the quiet courage required to cease wandering and finally return to where one belonged. Tomorrow would bring the practical challenges of reintegrating into ranch life, contributing to family work, rebuilding relationships altered by his long absence. But tonight, Jesse simply sat in grateful awareness that journeys end as well as begin, and that sometimes the most important direction to follow leads not outward toward new horizons, but back toward the light kept burning in patient expectation of return. As Jesse Harlan settled back into ranch life, the mystery of Elizabeth's lantern remained with him, a gentle reminder of the unseen connections that bind people across time and distance. The frontier was full of such stories for those with ears to hear them, tales of mysterious lights guiding lost travelers, unexplained voices offering comfort in moments of desperation, and landmarks that seemed to hold memories of those who had passed on before. One such story began to circulate throughout the territory some months after Jesse's return home. Travelers passing through Armadillo spoke of strange occurrences at the old Barlow windmill, standing solitary on the plains east of town. Some claimed to hear whispers carried on the wind when the great blades turned, voices conversing in hushed tones impossible to quite make out yet somehow soothing to weary souls who rested in its shadow. The Barlow windmill had stood for nearly 40 years, built by a hopeful farmer who sought to harness the prairie winds to irrigate crops in the unforgiving landscape. Though his agricultural ambitions had ultimately failed, the sturdy structure remained, its weathered wooden blades continuing their slow rotation long after its builder had moved on, a landmark for those traversing the vast open country where distinguishing features were few and precious. Like many frontier landmarks, the windmill had accumulated its share of history and tragedy. The stories varied, depending on who told them, but most agreed that something unusual occurred there on certain nights, when the moon hung just so in the sky and the prairie winds blew from the east, carrying whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. For those with patience to listen, the windmill's whispers offered something rare on the harsh frontier, a moment of peace, of connection to something larger than immediate survival. Some claimed the voices belonged to a family who had sheltered there during a blizzard generations ago, their whispered prayers of gratitude for unexpected sanctuary somehow embedded in the wooden structure itself. Others believed the sounds came from two young lovers who had met secretly at the windmill, their whispered devotions continuing long after both had departed the mortal world. Whatever their source, the whispers brought comfort rather than fear to those who experienced them, in a land where hardship and isolation wore away at the spirit as surely as wind eroded stone. Even mysteries offered solace when they reminded travelers they were not entirely alone beneath the vast prairie sky. The last golden rays of sunset stretched across the plains like honey poured from heaven's jar, casting the solitary windmill in silhouette against the amber sky. Thomas Calloway adjusted his mail satchel, the leather worn smooth from years of faithful service, much like the man himself. At 43, Thomas had ridden the postal routes of New Austin for nearly 2 decades, his once dark hair now streaked with silver that caught the fading light as he dismounted. His mare, Penny, named for her copper coat, nickered softly as he loosened her girth strap, allowing her to breathe more freely during their customary rest at Whispering Mill. The windmill itself stood like a sentinel of a forgotten time, its wooden frame weathered by countless seasons of punishing sun and driving rain. Once it had pumped life-giving water for the Hargrove Ranch, but the drought of '89 had driven the family eastward, leaving their homestead to slowly return to the earth. Only the windmill remained, too stubborn or perhaps too faithful to its purpose to surrender completely to time's inevitable claim. Its blades turned lazily in the evening breeze, creating a rhythmic creaking that seemed to Thomas like the sighing breath of the prairie itself. He had first chosen this spot for its practical merits. The small pond, fed by the windmill's remaining functionality, provided water for Penny, and the elevated position offered clear views of the surrounding landscape, important in territories where the line between traveler and bandit often blurred, depending on desperation and opportunity. But over time, Thomas had developed a curious attachment to this abandoned corner of the world. Something in the solitude spoke to him, offering respite from the peculiar loneliness that could descend even when carrying the words and wishes of others across vast distances. Thomas settled himself against one of the windmill's support posts, retrieving a modest meal of jerky and hardtack from his saddlebag. As he chewed methodically, he observed the transformation of the landscape as dusk claimed dominion from the retreating day. Long shadows stretched and then dissolved into the gathering darkness, while the first hesitant stars appeared in the deepening blue above. Crickets began their nightly chorus, gradually building from isolated chirps to a synchronized symphony that filled the cooling air. It was during this transition, this liminal moment between defined states, that Thomas first heard it. A sound different from the familiar creaking of the windmill's mechanism or the rustle of prairie grass in the evening breeze, a whisper. So faint he initially attributed it to his imagination, perhaps shaped by the isolation and the hypnotic rhythm of the turning blades above. Yet, as he tilted his head, focusing his attention beyond the ambient sounds of approaching night, the impression solidified into unmistakable reality. "Adelaide," came the whisper, barely distinguishable from the wind itself. "Remember, Adelaide." Thomas straightened, scanning the emptiness surrounding the windmill with sudden alertness. No human figure disturbed the landscape. No horse or rider appeared on any of the trails visible from his elevated position. Penny remained calm, methodically pulling at the sparse grass near the pond's edge, showing none of the tension that typically preceded human approach. "Hello?" Thomas called, his voice sounding unnaturally loud after the subtle whisper. No response came beyond the continuing cricket chorus and the steady creak of the windmill's rotation. Attributing the experience to fatigue after a long day's ride, Thomas settled back against the wooden post. Yet, as minutes passed and darkness claimed full possession of the landscape, he found himself listening with unusual intensity, sorting through the natural sounds of the prairie night with newfound attentiveness. Nothing further disturbed the expected progression of evening, however, and eventually Thomas unrolled his bedding for a few hours' rest before continuing his route with the dawn. Sleep came easily to a man accustomed to finding rest in diverse circumstances, but his dreams were unusually vivid, filled with unfamiliar faces and fragments of conversations he couldn't recall upon waking. He rose with the first hint of light on the eastern horizon, feeling somewhat disoriented despite the routine nature of his surroundings and activities. As he prepared coffee over a small fire, Thomas found himself glancing repeatedly at the now silent windmill, its blades motionless in the calm of early morning. "Adelaide," he murmured experimentally, the name feeling strange on his tongue. The word hung in the still air, claiming brief existence before dissipating like the wisps of smoke from his modest fire. No context accompanied the name in his memory, no face, no story, no connection to his own life or experiences, yet something about it resonated with peculiar significance, as if it represented an obligation he had forgotten or a promise left unfulfilled. Dismissing these fanciful thoughts, Thomas completed his morning preparations with practiced efficiency. The postal service operated on unforgiving schedules, and the settlements that depended on his deliveries had little sympathy for metaphysical distractions. Loading his sorted mail into Penny's saddlebags, he mounted with the fluid motion of a man who had spent more of his life in the saddle than out of it, turning the mare's head toward Benedict Point and the day's first scheduled stop. Yet as they moved away from the windmill, Thomas found himself glancing back more often than usual, watching as the structure diminished with distance until it stood as little more than a matchstick figure against the brightening sky. Something about leaving felt vaguely uncomfortable, like departing a conversation before its natural conclusion. Shaking his head at his own sentimentality, Thomas faced forward and urged Penny into a ground-covering trot that would maintain their schedule without unduly taxing the reliable mare. The day proceeded with unremarkable normality. Deliveries made, new mail collected, brief conversations exchanged with regular recipients along his route. Thomas had long ago discovered that mail carriers occupied a unique social position, neither fully insiders nor complete strangers in the communities they served. People spoke more freely to him than they might to neighbors, sharing confidences and opinions with someone who represented temporary presence without permanent judgment. Over the years, he had accumulated a remarkable collection of stories and secrets, carrying them with the same fidelity as the official correspondence in his satchel. It was during one such conversation in the small settlement of Plainview that Thomas found himself suddenly mentioning the previous evening's experience to Abigail Morton, the local shopkeeper, who always offered him coffee during his bi-weekly visits. "Ever heard of someone named Adelaide connected to Whispering Mill?" he asked casually, as she refilled his cup with strong black brew that bore little resemblance to the trail coffee of his morning routine. Abigail paused, the coffee pot suspended mid-air as her brow furrowed in concentration. At 62, she represented living memory for much of the region's history, having arrived as a young bride during the first significant wave of settlement that followed the railroad's advancement through the territory. "Adelaide Hargrove," she said after a moment, completing the interrupted pour before setting the pot on the shop's cast-iron stove. "The youngest daughter of the family that owned that property before the drought drove them out." "Why do you ask?" Thomas shrugged, suddenly reluctant to share his experience directly. "Just saw the name scratched on the windmill's frame," he improvised. "Made me curious." Abigail settled her substantial form onto the chair opposite him, interest kindling in her faded blue eyes. "Curious indeed, since Adelaide never made it east with the rest of the family. Died of fever just before they abandoned the ranch. They buried her there, if I recall correctly, somewhere near that windmill, in fact. Something cold that had nothing to do with the autumn morning traced its way along Thomas's spine. He maintained a neutral expression with effort, nodding as if the information merely satisfied casual curiosity, rather than confirming something unsettling. "Sad business," he commented, draining his coffee cup with deliberate normalcy. "Family loses their home and a daughter in the same season. Life out here's never been generous with second chances," Abigail agreed, rising to attend to another customer who had entered the shop. "The land takes as often as it gives, and sometimes takes most cruelly from those who loved it best." Thomas departed Plainview shortly thereafter, his thoughts unusually distracted as Penny carried him southward along familiar trails. The information Abigail had shared fit too neatly with his experience to dismiss as coincidence, yet acknowledging any alternative explanation opened doors to possibilities that reasonable men generally preferred to keep firmly closed. He had encountered his share of frontier superstitions during his years of service. Stories of haunted canyons, vengeful spirits, and mysterious lights that led travelers astray. He had always regarded such tales as natural human attempts to impose meaning on a landscape too vast and indifferent to be fully comprehended through conventional understanding. Yet now, with Adelaide's name confirmed as belonging to a young woman buried near the very spot where he had heard the whisper, Thomas found his comfortable skepticism harder to maintain. The rational explanation, that he had indeed seen the name scratched somewhere on the windmill's structure and subconsciously recalled it during his evening rest, felt increasingly inadequate against the clarity of his experience and his certain knowledge that he had never noticed any such inscription during his many previous visits. The question occupied him throughout the day's remaining deliveries, distracting him from his usual observant appreciation of the landscape's subtle transformations as afternoon extended toward evening. By the time he approached the crossroads, where his route divided, one path leading to Armadillo where accommodation awaited, the other returning to Whispering Mill and its solitary camp, Thomas found himself facing a decision more significant than mere choice of lodging. Practicality and routine argued for Armadillo, with its promise of hot food, proper bed, and human company after a long day's ride. Yet something stronger pulled him toward the windmill, a compulsion that felt simultaneously like curiosity and obligation. As twilight gathered around him, Thomas turned Penny's head toward the weathered structure, now visible on the distant horizon, its silhouette darker than the deepening blue of the evening sky. "Let's see if our friend has anything more to say," he murmured to the mare, who flicked an ear backward at the sound of his voice before settling into the steady walk that would carry them to their destination as daylight failed. They arrived as dusk completed its transition to early night, the first stars appearing like distant lanterns guiding travelers through the vast dark prairie. The windmill's blades turned with greater enthusiasm than the previous evening, responding to a freshening breeze that carried the subtle scent of sage and distant rain. Thomas established camp with practiced efficiency, his movements guided by muscle memory while his conscious attention remained focused on the structure looming above him and the subtle sounds of its operation. This night, Thomas made no pretense of ordinary routine. After settling Penny and arranging his minimal camp, he positioned himself directly beneath the turning mechanism of the windmill, where the convergence of moving parts created the most distinct sounds. Leaning against the central support post, he closed his eyes to better concentrate on auditory input, filtering the familiar noises of night insects and distant coyotes from the immediate creaking of aged wood and metal above him. For nearly an hour, nothing beyond the expected sounds reached his attentive ears. Thomas maintained his patient vigilance despite growing doubt, recognizing that expectations often created the most convincing illusions. Perhaps last night's experience had indeed been nothing more than fatigue combined with an overactive imagination, the mind's natural tendency to create patterns and meaning from random stimuli, especially in isolated circumstances where human connection was absent. It was this very thought that occupied him when the first whisper arrived, so faint he might have missed it entirely had he not been listening with such focused intention. "Joseph passed through in 84, came the breathy voice, seeming to emanate from the turning blades themselves rather than any specific direction. "Heading to California with dreams too big for his shoulders." Thomas's eyes snapped open, heart accelerating despite his intellectual preparation for this very occurrence. The whisper had been clearer than the previous night, the content more specific and extended beyond a simple name. He waited, barely breathing, as the windmill continued its steady rotation above him. "Sarah and infant son," came another whisper, moments later, distinct from the first, yet carrying the same quality of distance and fragility. "Buried together when the fever took them both. Spring of 88. With growing astonishment, Thomas realized he was hearing not random fragments, but something resembling a record or register. Names and fates of people connected to this place, delivered in whispered summation as if read from some invisible ledger of the forgotten. For nearly 20 minutes, the phenomenon continued. Brief biographies carried on the wind and somehow captured or perhaps amplified by the windmill's rotating mechanism. Most detailed people unknown to Thomas, travelers who had passed through, settlers who had briefly claimed nearby land before moving on or succumbing to the harsh realities of frontier existence. A few names carried vague familiarity from stories he had heard during his years of service, confirming these were not merely fabrications of his imagination, but contained elements of verifiable history. When the whispers finally faded, returning the night to its natural symphony of insects and distant hunting calls, Thomas remained motionless, processing the extraordinary experience with a mind suddenly expanded beyond its previously comfortable boundaries. Whatever explanation might eventually satisfy his rational understanding, the immediate reality demanded acknowledgement. Whispering Mill had earned its name through means that defied conventional explanation, serving as repository for fragments of lives otherwise lost to memory. Sleep came late and fitfully that night, his dreams filled with faces he had never seen, and voices speaking words he couldn't quite comprehend upon waking. Dawn found him tired but strangely energized, filled with a sense of purpose that transcended his official duties as mail carrier. After his morning preparations, Thomas spent an hour carefully documenting what he could recall from the previous night's whispers in a small notebook, normally reserved for tracking special deliveries and registered mail. The habit of record-keeping had been ingrained during his postal training, the emphasis on accuracy and detail serving him well throughout his career. Now he applied those same principles to this unconventional information, noting names, dates, and circumstances with the methodical thoroughness that characterized his professional approach to conventional correspondence. The activity brought a sense of normalcy to an experience that might otherwise have overwhelmed his practical nature, transforming mysterious phenomena into documentable information. As he mounted Penny for the day's deliveries, Thomas found himself possessed by a strange sense of dual purpose. Official carrier of other people's communications, and now unofficial collector of messages from sources that defied easy categorization. The contradiction might have troubled him more had his profession not already accustomed him to serving as conduit between separated individuals, rendering distance temporarily irrelevant through faithful transmission of written thought. His route that day would not bring him back to Whispering Mill by nightfall, necessitating accommodation in the small settlement of Tumbleweed. The interruption frustrated his newfound fascination with the windmill's phenomenon, yet also provided opportunity for further investigation of a different sort. Tumbleweed boasted among its modest population one Emmett Larson, retired schoolteacher whose passionate interest in local history had earned him a reputation as unofficial historian for the surrounding region. Thomas had delivered mail to Emmett for years, occasionally lingering for conversations that invariably proved more educational than he had anticipated. The elderly teacher possessed not only extensive knowledge of regional development, but genuine understanding of how individual lives and larger historical movements intertwined to create the complex tapestry of frontier experience. If anyone might offer insight into Thomas's unusual discoveries, Emmett represented the most promising resource within reasonable distance. The day's deliveries proceeded with agonizing slowness. For a man newly possessed by purpose beyond professional obligation, when Thomas finally arrived in Tumbleweed late that afternoon, he completed his official duties with uncharacteristic haste before seeking out Emmett's modest home on the settlement's eastern edge. The retired teacher welcomed him with genuine pleasure, clearly delighted by unexpected company despite the late hour of Thomas's arrival. The Postal Service sends its finest representatives at increasingly irregular intervals, Emmett observed with dry humor as he ushered Thomas into his book-lined sitting room. At 76, he retained the erect posture and precise diction that had commanded respect from generations of students, though time had whittled his once substantial frame to wiry essentials. To what do I owe this extension of professional courtesy? Beyond mere delivery of my subscription to Scientific American, information exchange rather than delivery, Thomas replied, accepting the offered chair with appreciation for both its comfort and the conversation it facilitated. I've encountered something unusual near Whispering Mill that might benefit from your historical knowledge. Interest kindled immediately in Emmett's faded eyes. The Hargrove property, he noted, reaching for his pipe with the deliberate movements of a man who had learned to compensate for joints stiffened by age and the region's unforgiving climate. Significant example of homesteading ambition exceeded by environmental realities. What aspect has captured your attention? Thomas hesitated, suddenly aware of how his experience might sound to educated ears. Yet something in Emmett's expression, genuine curiosity untainted by premature judgment, encouraged honest disclosure rather than sanitized inquiry. The windmill speaks, he stated simply, watching closely for the older man's reaction. Or perhaps more accurately, it somehow captures and transmits voices that seem to recount the histories of people connected to that area. He expected skepticism, perhaps gentle redirection toward rational explanation. Instead, Emmett nodded thoughtfully as he packed his pipe with careful attention, neither immediately accepting nor dismissing the statement. Acoustic phenomena often acquire supernatural interpretations in isolated locations, he observed, striking a match with practiced precision. The interaction of wind with certain structures can produce sounds remarkably similar to human vocalization. Yet my experience suggests premature rationalization often proves as misguided as uncritical acceptance of supernatural claims. He drew thoughtfully on his pipe, establishing the proper burn before continuing. What exactly did you hear, and under what conditions? Thomas described his experiences with the factual precision of a man accustomed to accurate reporting, referencing his notebook when necessary to ensure fidelity to original perceptions. He omitted nothing, including his confirmation of Adelaide Hargrove's identity through conversation with Abigail Morton, and his own initial skepticism regarding possible explanations. Emmett listened without interruption, occasionally nodding or adjusting his spectacles, but offering neither encouragement nor discouragement through expression or gesture. Only when Thomas concluded his account did the older man finally respond, removing his pipe with deliberate care. I've collected oral histories throughout this region for nearly 3 decades, he stated, gesturing toward numerous leather-bound journals arranged chronologically on his shelves. Many of the names and circumstances you've recorded align with documented accounts, particularly regarding travelers who perished during the migration to California goldfields in the 1850 CA. He tapped his pipe thoughtfully against his palm, dislodging ash into a small ceramic tray beside his chair. More intriguing is your experience with Adelaide Hargrove. The circumstances of her death and burial location were never widely known beyond immediate family and a few neighbors. Your accurate acquisition of this information without prior knowledge suggests more than coincidental imagination at work. Relief flooded through Thomas at this validation from a source he respected. Then you believe what I heard was real? He asked, immediately recognizing the question's inadequacy for addressing experiences that challenge conventional categories of reality. Real encompasses more possibilities than our limited vocabulary generally acknowledges, Emmett replied, with the precise articulation of a man who had spent decades helping others appreciate language's nuances. I believe you experience authentic communication through means not yet fully understood by current scientific frameworks. Whether these communications originate from departed consciousness, residual emotional energy, or previously unrecognized properties of sound transmission through certain materials and atmospheric conditions, remains open to investigation. He leaned forward slightly, enthusiasm visible beneath his scholarly demeanor. What interests me most is the apparent selectivity of these communications. Not random fragments, but specific biographical information preserved and transmitted through some mechanism associated with the windmill's operation. It suggests purpose rather than mere phenomenon. Perhaps preservation of what would otherwise be lost entirely to time and indifference. Thomas considered this perspective, finding it resonated with his own developing impression. Like a registry of lives that might otherwise go unremembered, he suggested. Ordinary people who left no monuments but whose existence mattered nonetheless. Precisely, Emmett agreed, approval warming his academic tone. History's official records favor the exceptional, those who built empires, amassed fortunes, or altered political landscapes. Yet, authentic human experience predominantly comprises quieter lives that together form the true fabric of any era. Their preservation serves essential purpose in maintaining complete understanding of our collective past. The conversation extended well into evening, as Emmett shared relevant historical context for several names Thomas had recorded, occasionally consulting his own journals to confirm details. What emerged was fascinating correlation between Thomas's documented whispers and actual historical individuals whose connections to the region could be independently verified through Emmett's meticulous research. "I'd like to accompany you to Whispering Milt," the older man announced as their discussion finally began winding toward its natural conclusion. "My academic responsibilities have been fulfilled through retirement, but intellectual curiosity remains undiminished by advancing years. This phenomenon warrants first-hand observation by someone with comprehensive contextual knowledge of regional history." Thomas hesitated, concerned about the physical demands such an expedition might place on a man of Emmett's age. "The location is isolated," he cautioned. "No proper accommodation beyond what portable comfort a bedroll might provide against increasingly cool autumn nights." Emmett dismissed these concerns with the impatient gesture of a man long accustomed to others underestimating his capabilities. "I conducted field research throughout these territories decades before retirement confined my explorations primarily to printed sources. One night beneath stars rather than roof boards represents welcome return to methods that produced my most significant historical documentation." Recognizing genuine determination behind the declaration, Thomas nodded agreement. "I return to my regular route tomorrow, which brings me back past Tumbleweed the following afternoon. If you're prepared by then, we could reach Whispering Mill by dusk, apparently the optimal time for these manifestations." The arrangement satisfied both men, providing Thomas opportunity to complete his professional obligations while allowing Emmett sufficient time to prepare adequately for field excursion despite his advanced years. They parted with shared anticipation of collaborative investigation into phenomenon that challenged conventional understanding, while potentially contributing valuable perspective on regional history's underrepresented participants. The intervening day passed with excruciating slowness for Thomas, each delivery feeling like unnecessary delay rather than fulfillment of valued service. By the time he returned to Tumbleweed the following afternoon, anticipation had transformed into barely contained impatience, evident in his accelerated pace as he approached Emmett's modest home at precisely the appointed hour. He found the retired teacher waiting on his small porch, a well-worn leather satchel at his feet, and enthusiasm visible despite attempts at scholarly composure. More surprising was the additional figure present, a medium-sized dog of indeterminate breeding with intelligent eyes and a coat that suggested multiple genetic contributions rather than any recognizable pedigree. "Meet Roosevelt," Emmett introduced as the animal regarded Thomas with cautious assessment. Named for his progressive attitude toward unfamiliar situations, rather than any political affiliation, he appointed himself my companion 3 years ago and has proven remarkably adaptable to scholarly routine interrupted by occasional adventure. Thomas, who generally appreciated canine companionship despite his itinerant lifestyle preventing personal ownership, offered his hand for inspection. Roosevelt performed a thorough olfactory evaluation before apparently determining the male carrier represented acceptable association, indicated by a brief tail wag and relaxed posture that stopped short of excessive enthusiasm. "He's welcome if he doesn't bother Penny," Thomas decided, recognizing the practical benefits of enhanced awareness that dogs typically provided in isolated locations. "She's generally tolerant of well-behaved company regardless of species." Arrangements completed, they departed Tumbleweed, with Emmett riding a sturdy grey gelding, whose steady temperament complemented his owner's deliberate approach to physical activities. Roosevelt trotted alongside, occasionally ranging ahead to investigate interesting scents, but maintaining consistent awareness of his human companion's progression across the increasingly open landscape that separated settlement from their isolated destination. Conversation during their journey alternated between comfortable silence and Emmett's occasional historical observations regarding landmarks they passed. Small battles fought during territorial disputes, notable travelers who had documented specific features, settlements attempted and abandoned as environmental realities overcame human determination. Thomas found these commentaries fascinating, providing context that enriched landscape he had traversed countless times with newly appreciated significance. They arrived at Whispering Mill as predicted, with sufficient daylight remaining to establish comfortable camp while observing the windmill's transformation from ordinary structure to silhouette against spectacular sunset. Emmett regarded the weathered construction with scholarly appreciation, noting architectural elements that dated its construction to specific period of regional development, while speculating about modification of standard design to accommodate local conditions. Functional engineering often achieves unintentional beauty, he observed, as golden light illuminated the weathered wood with momentary glory before surrendering to advancing dusk. Particularly when time and elements have softened original utilitarian intentions into something that speaks to both past purpose and present endurance. Roosevelt, after thoroughly investigating surroundings with professional canine attention to detail, selected position equidistant between the humans' established camp and the windmill itself. His alertness suggested awareness of something beyond ordinary sensory input, ears periodically adjusting to track sounds inaudible to his human companions as darkness gradually claimed the landscape. Thomas busied himself with practical camp preparations, coffee set to boil over small fire, simple meal arranged for consumption after sunset, bedrolls positioned for optimal comfort on unyielding ground. Emmett contributed by arranging his documentation materials with methodical precision, creating improvised field desk using flat-topped rock, supplemented by contents of his leather satchel. As true night descended and stars emerged with familiar brilliance, both men positioned themselves near the windmill's central structure, Roosevelt joining them with uncharacteristic stillness that suggested recognition of occasion's significance. The breeze that had remained absent during daylight hours now arrived with perfect timing, setting the weathered blades into steady motion that produced familiar creaking rhythm overhead. "Listen with attention unconstrained by expectation," Emmett advised softly as they settled into watchful waiting. Predetermined categories often prevent perception of nuances that might prove most significant. Thomas nodded, understanding, having already learned the value of receptive rather than directive listening during his previous encounters. They remained in companionable silence as darkness deepened around them, each attending to the gradual transition from ordinary mechanical sounds to something more complex and ultimately revelatory. The first whisper arrived with unexpected clarity nearly an hour after full dark, startling in its immediate intelligibility compared to the gradual development Thomas had experienced during previous visits. "Martin Blackwood, cartographer," came the distinct communication, seeming to emanate from the turning mechanism directly above their position. "Documented watershed boundaries in '62 before fever claimed him beneath this very sky." Roosevelt's ears pivoted with precise tracking, confirming the sound's reality beyond mere human imagination. Emmett's expression transformed from scholarly anticipation to profound wonder, his academic preparation temporarily overwhelmed by direct experience of phenomenon previously approached through intellectual framework. He recovered quickly, however, reaching for prepared journal with practiced motion that balanced excitement against scholarly discipline. For nearly 40 minutes, the whispers continued, sometimes offering brief biographical fragments, occasionally presenting more extensive narratives of lives intersecting with this specific location. during westward expansion and subsequent settlement attempts. Emmett documented each communication with meticulous attention, occasionally murmuring confirmation when particular details aligned with his existing historical knowledge. Thomas observed with fascination as the retired teacher's initial amazement gradually transformed into focused documentation, his lifelong habits of scholarly recording reasserting themselves, despite the unconventional nature of information being transmitted. Roosevelt maintained his attentive vigil throughout, occasionally turning towards specific directions, as if tracking movement invisible to human perception. When the whispers finally faded, returning the night to its natural acoustic pattern, a profound silence enveloped their small group, not emptiness, but fullness that required respectful acknowledgement before ordinary conversation could respectfully resume. Emmett finally broke this reverential quiet, removing his spectacles to polish them with handkerchief that provided momentary activity while he organized his thoughts. Extraordinary, he stated simply, the word carrying weight beyond its simple syllables, through tone that acknowledged fundamental shift in understanding. 27 distinct historical individuals, 18 previously documented in my own research, 9 entirely new additions to regional record. Specificity suggests accuracy rather than fabrication, particularly regarding details no casual observer could reasonably possess. Thomas nodded agreement, relieved that Emmett's experience confirmed his own rather than suggesting shared delusion. "What do you make of it?" he asked, genuinely curious how scholarly perspective might interpret phenomenon that defied conventional categorization. The older man considered carefully before responding, replacing his spectacles with deliberate precision. Throughout human history, certain locations have been recognized as possessing unique properties regarding preservation and transmission of memory, he began, his tone suggesting organization of complex thoughts rather than recitation of predetermined conclusion. Ancient cultures constructed specific sites for this purpose. Stone circles, temples, monuments specifically designed to maintain connection between past and present through both physical representation and ritual reinforcement. Modern perspective typically dismisses such practices as primitive superstition, while failing to recognize potential validity in alternative approaches to memory preservation. He gestured toward the windmill, its blades now slowing as evening breeze gradually diminished. This structure was never intentionally created for memorial purpose, yet appears to have inadvertently achieved similar function. Perhaps certain combinations of materials, geographical positioning, and atmospheric conditions occasionally create unintended repositories where memories, or some energy pattern we might identify as such, can be preserved and subsequently accessed under specific circumstances. Roosevelt, apparently satisfied that immediate phenomenon had concluded, settled himself more comfortably beside Thomas, while maintaining alert awareness of surroundings. The dog's practical acceptance of extraordinary experience provided curious counterpoint to human attempts at theoretical framework. Untroubled by categorization, challenges that occupied his human companions, yet clearly perceiving reality beyond conventional sensory input. Their conversation extended well into night, moving from specific analysis of recorded whispers to broader philosophical considerations regarding memory, history, and communication across conventional boundaries of time and materiality. Emmett's extensive knowledge provided context that enriched Thomas's experience beyond mere curiosity, transforming isolated phenomenon into meaningful connection with broader human experience throughout documented history. "What happens next?" Thomas finally asked, as their discussion gradually approached natural conclusion, genuine question rather than mere conversation extension. "We've witnessed and documented something extraordinary. Does responsibility accompany that privilege?" Emmett nodded approval at question that demonstrated ethical consideration beyond mere intellectual curiosity. Indeed, he confirmed, stroking his grey beard thoughtfully. Knowledge without appropriate application represents incomplete process at best, potential irresponsibility at worst. He gestured toward his documentation journal, filled with carefully transcribed whispers. These voices sought preservation when confronting oblivion. Ordinary lives deserving remembrance despite lacking conventional historical significance. Our accidental discovery of their repository creates obligation to ensure their continued existence through more conventional transmission. The practical implementation of this philosophical position occupied remaining hours before sleep claimed them. Plans for systematic documentation during future visits. Potential publication of findings framed appropriately for historical society archives. Consideration of how to preserve the windmill itself from structural deterioration that might eventually compromise its unique properties. Morning arrived with characteristic southwestern clarity, transforming previous night's mysterious atmosphere into mundane landscape of weathered wood against endless sky. Yet Thomas recognized that ordinary appearance now concealed extraordinary significance he would never again overlook during future visits. Whispering Mill had transformed from convenient resting point to meaningful destination. Depository of forgotten voices deserving respectful attention and preservation. As they prepared for departure after morning meal, Emmett surveyed the windmill with scholarly appreciation tinged by newfound wonder. "I shall return with proper documentation equipment," he declared, patting his horse's neck with unconscious affection. "These voices deserve systematic recording beyond what single night's hasty notation could provide." Thomas nodded agreement while securing his postal satchel, professional habits reasserting themselves as day's regular duties beckoned. "My route brings me here regularly," he confirmed. "You're welcome whenever scholarly curiosity or historical responsibility compels return visit." What neither anticipated was Roosevelt's apparent decision regarding immediate arrangements. As they mounted their respective horses, the dog positioned himself deliberately beside Thomas, rather than returning to Emmett's stirrup as expected. After brief confusion, understanding dawned in the older man's expression. "It appears Roosevelt has temporarily reassigned himself," Emmett observed with mixture of amusement and resignation. "He occasionally determines alternative arrangements better serve immediate purposes. I've learned not to question canine wisdom regarding appropriate deployment of available resources." Thomas regarded the dog with surprised appreciation. "You're certain? I maintain demanding schedule with irregular accommodations." "His decision, not mine," Emmett replied with philosophical acceptance of partnership that accommodated individual agency despite species difference. He'll either remain with you until mission completion or return when novelty diminishes, whichever proves consistent with his inscrutable but generally practical purposes." And so, Thomas departed Whispering Mill with unexpected companion, Roosevelt trotting alongside Penny with purposeful determination that suggested full commitment to whatever mission had prompted his temporary reassignment. The arrangement felt strangely appropriate. Mail carrier and dog, united in service to voices that deserve delivery beyond isolation of abandoned windmill. Over subsequent weeks, Thomas established new routine that incorporated regular documentation visits to Whispering Mill, sometimes accompanied by Emmett when academic schedule permitted extended field excursion, always with Roosevelt, whose attendance never wavered despite opportunities to choose alternative companionship. The dog demonstrated remarkable adaptation to postal routine, maintaining dignified comportment during official deliveries while offering silent companionship during isolated evening camps where Thomas continued collecting whispered histories. Word gradually spread through scattered settlements along Thomas's route, subtle at first, then with increasing interest as certain recipients recognized names from whispered accounts that connected to their own family histories. What began as solitary curiosity evolved into community project, with various individuals contributing family records, old letters, and personal recollections that provided context for voices preserved through the windmill's mysterious properties. Abigail Morton proved particularly valuable contributor, her decades of shopkeeping having provided unparalleled opportunity to collect stories from diverse travelers passing through Plainview. Her meticulous memory, combined with practical organization skills developed through inventory management, created an informal archive that supplemented Emmett's more scholarly documentation with practical details of daily life, otherwise lost to official historical record. 6 months after his initial experience, Thomas arrived at Whispering Mill, accompanying a small group that included Emmett, Abigail, and 3 other individuals whose family histories intersected with voices documented during previous visits. Roosevelt, now permanently established as Thomas's traveling companion, led their procession with dignified awareness of occasion's significance, positioning himself beside the windmill's central support with evident expectation as evening approached. They had come not merely to listen, but to acknowledge, to demonstrate through physical presence that these preserved voices had successfully reached new audiences who recognized their significance. Emmett had suggested the gathering as appropriate response to phenomenon that appeared fundamentally concerned with ensuring remembrance, providing witnesses who could carry these histories forward through conventional human transmission. As darkness descended and breeze awakened the windmill's voice, Thomas observed a profound impact on those experiencing the phenomenon for first time. Expressions transformed from skeptical curiosity to wonder, and eventually deep appreciation as whispers carrying fragments of forgotten lives emerged from mechanical creaking with impossible clarity. Several visitors quietly wept upon hearing names connected to their own ancestry, receiving confirmation of family stories previously dismissed as exaggeration or invention. What Thomas hadn't anticipated was response from the windmill itself to this gathered audience. The whispers that evening demonstrated unprecedented organization and clarity, presenting connected narratives rather than fragmented biographies, building relationships between previously isolated accounts to create comprehensive tapestry of regional experience across decades of settlement, hardship, and occasional triumph against environmental challenges. "They know they're being heard," Abigail whispered to Thomas during brief interval between whispered accounts. "Like any of us, they speak more clearly when certain of receptive audience." The observation captured essential truth that transcended rational explanation. Communication represented relationship rather than mere information transmission, with both parties contributing to successful exchange regardless of unconventional barriers separating them. These voices from beyond conventional boundaries had found what all communication ultimately sought: genuine reception by those who recognized value in what was shared. As their extraordinary evening concluded and the group prepared for return to more conventional existence, Thomas found himself lingering slightly apart, aware of subtle shift in the windmill's significance for him personally. What began as curiosity had evolved through wonder into something approaching reverence, not for supernatural phenomenon, but for ordinary lives preserved through extraordinary means, for persistent human determination to be remembered beyond physical existence. Roosevelt joined him in this momentary contemplation, pressing warmly against his leg with silent companionship that required no verbal articulation. The dog's practical acceptance of extraordinary circumstances provided valuable perspective. Reality encompassed more than conventional categories acknowledged, yet remained fundamentally accessible to those willing to listen with appropriate attention. "We should go," Thomas finally acknowledged, resting hand briefly on weathered wood that had supported structure through decades of harsh conditions. "But we'll return." The promise encompassed more than mere visitation schedule. Whispering Mill had transformed from geographical landmark to meaningful destination. Depository deserving protection, documentation, and regular witnessing by those who recognized value in preserving ordinary voices that collectively created authentic historical record beyond official documentation. As Thomas mounted Penny for departure, Roosevelt already positioned expectantly beside the trail. He glanced back at the solitary structure silhouetted against star-filled sky. The windmill's blades turned with steady purpose in freshening night breeze, continuing their eternal conversation with passing wind long after human witnesses departed. What had once seemed abandoned now revealed itself as anything but forgotten. A gathering place where memory persisted through mysterious means that defied conventional explanation. While serving fundamentally human purpose, the mail would continue its rounds tomorrow, carrying words between separated individuals who sought connection despite distance. Thomas would resume his role as official messenger, delivering conventional communications with professional reliability that had defined his decades of service. Yet he now carried additional purpose beyond governmental appointment. Unofficial curator of voices that whispered from boundaries of conventional existence, seeking only acknowledgement that their lives had meaning worthy of remembrance. With Roosevelt trotting beside his horse and stars illuminating familiar trail that led temporarily away from Whispering Mill, Thomas felt curious contentment despite unanswered questions that remained. Complete understanding might prove permanently elusive, yet meaning had emerged with sufficient clarity to provide direction. Some messengers carried letters, others preserved voices that whispered between worlds. Both services honored essential human need for connection that transcended ordinary limitations of time, distance, and even conventional existence itself. Behind him, barely audible as distance increased, the windmill continued its patient conversation with passing wind, gathering whispers that would await his return. Behind him, barely audible as distance increased, the windmill continued its patient conversation with passing wind, gathering whispers that would await his return. As Thomas Calloway and Roosevelt traveled farther from Whispering Mill, the prairie landscape gradually gave way to the gentle slopes that would eventually lead them toward the territories bordering the great rivers. The mail carrier's thoughts drifted from the windmill's mysterious voices to the stories he had heard of another enigma, one that belonged not to the windswept plains, but to the misty waterways that carved their ancient paths through the frontier. The early morning sun now touched the eastern horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and lavender that reminded Thomas of something Emmett had once said about twilight hours, how they represented thresholds between worlds where unusual things might slip through unnoticed. Just as dusk had revealed the windmill's secrets, perhaps dawn might unveil new mysteries on the waters ahead. Roosevelt's ears perked forward, as if sensing his companion's shifting thoughts, the dog's keen awareness always attuned to currents beyond human perception. Together they continued their journey, leaving behind the whispers of forgotten prairie travelers, to seek out new deliveries and, perhaps, encounter the legend many riverfolk spoke of in hushed tones around evening fires, the ghostly riverboat that navigated the boundary between seen and unseen worlds. never quite making port in the realm of the living. Evening shadows stretched long across the weathered planks of Bayou Noir's small dock as Thomas Holloway settled into his creaking rocking chair. At 72, the former riverboat captain had found an unexpected peace in the role of night watchman for this sleepy river town. His weathered hands, once firm on the wheel of the mighty steamers that had plied these waters, now rested gently on the arms of his chair, fingers tracing patterns worn into the wood by years of identical movement. The wrinkles etched deeply around his eyes spoke of countless days squinting against harsh sun and driving rain, while a certain softness around his mouth hinted at a man who had seen enough of life to find humor in its contradictions. A lone oil lamp cast a gentle glow that barely reached the edge of the dock, beyond which the Lanahichi River flowed broad and unhurried, its surface transformed by moonlight into a shifting tapestry of silver and shadow. Tonight marked the third full moon of summer, heavy and yellow as it rose above the distant tree line, casting enough light that Thomas could have extinguished his lamp entirely and still seen clear to the opposite shore. But he kept it burning nonetheless, a habit formed through decades on the river, a small beacon against uncertainty. Thomas removed his worn flat cap and set it on his knee, running fingers through hair that had long since turned from chestnut to silver. The night air carried the sweet scent of magnolias mingled with the river's perpetual musk of mud and growth and slow decay, the perfume of these lowlands that had been the backdrop to most of his life. Somewhere in the distance, a whippoorwill called, its melancholy notes hanging in the still air before fading into the chorus of crickets and frogs that formed the nighttime symphony of the bayou. "Grandpa, I brought your evening coffee," the voice cut brightly through Thomas's contemplation as Emma, his 17-year-old granddaughter, approached along the wooden walkway. She carried a steaming tin mug in one hand, her other holding up the hem of her skirt to keep it from dragging on the rough-hewn boards. In the lamplight, her features, so reminiscent of his late daughter's, seemed to hover between childhood and womanhood, caught in that fleeting moment of transition that always made Thomas's heart ache with a peculiar mixture of pride and melancholy. "You're too good to your old grandpa," he said, accepting the coffee with a nod of thanks. "Shouldn't you be helping your mama with the little ones?" Emma settled onto the small bench beside his chair, smoothing her skirt with practiced grace. "They're all asleep, even Mama's turned in early with her headache." She glanced out over the water. "It's prettier out here anyway, especially with the moon so bright." Thomas sipped his coffee, strong and sweetened with just a touch of molasses, exactly as he preferred it, and nodded. Full moon always makes the river look like it's made of hammered silver. Used to navigate by nothing but moonlight sometimes, when the boiler needed nursing and we couldn't spare the coal for running lights. Emma smiled, having heard variations of this story many times before, but never tiring of her grandfather's tales. "Tell me again about the Belle of Saint Denis," she prompted, drawing her knees up to her chest and wrapping her arms around them in the comfortable posture of a child settling in for a favorite bedtime story. "Ah, the Belle," Thomas sighed, his eyes taking on the distant look that always preceded his most vivid recollections. Finest paddle wheeler ever to grace these waters. 3 decks high, with gingerbread trim, white as fresh cream and scrollwork that'd make a cathedral envy. Her paddle wheel stood taller than 2 men, and when she was running at full steam, you could feel her heartbeat through the soles of your boots, no matter where you stood on board. As Thomas spoke, his right hand unconsciously rose to touch the small brass pin affixed to his lapel. A miniature paddle wheel, tarnished by years but still recognizable as the insignia of the Belle of Saint Denis. It was his most treasured possession, a reminder of the 15 years he had served as her pilot, before age and changing times had conspired to end that chapter of his life. She could carry 200 passengers in high style, with velvet upholstery in the grand salon and crystal chandeliers that scattered light like diamonds when they swayed with the river's motion. Her kitchens turned out 5-course dinners that'd make a New Orleans chef weep with envy, and the gaming salon saw fortunes won and lost between Saint Denis and Van Horn. And the musicians, Emma prompted, knowing this part of the story well, but cherishing it nonetheless. Thomas's face softened further. Finest ensemble on the river, a quartet that could play anything from Bach to barrelhouse blues. Piano, violin, clarinet, and upright bass, though sometimes Clarence, he was the clarinet man, would switch to harmonica for the mellower evening sets. They played on the upper deck during fine evenings, and in the grand salon when weather threatened. Many a night I'd guide her through soft darkness with that music floating up to the wheelhouse, keeping me company through the midnight hours. He paused, sipping his coffee and gazing out over the water as if half expecting to see the bell materialize from the moon-silvered mist that had begun to gather along the river's surface. Being gone 30 years now, boiler explosion took her near Rhodes in '69. Terrible business. Lost 17 souls that day, including 3 of the 4 musicians. His voice dropped nearly to a whisper. Only Elijah, the violin player, made it out alive, and he never played another note after that day, far as anybody knows. Emma reached out to touch her grandfather's arm, having heard about the tragedy but still moved by the sorrow that crept into his voice whenever he spoke of it. "I'm sorry, Grandpa." Thomas patted her hand, his weathered palm rough against her smooth skin. "Old history now, darling. Rivers full of such stories. Takes some things, gives others. That's the way of water." He straightened slightly in his chair, as if physically setting aside melancholy memories. "Besides, some folks around here say the bell still makes her rounds, in a manner of speaking." Emma tilted her head, curiosity brightening her expression. "What do you mean?" "Well," Thomas began, his voice taking on the measured cadence he used for tales that walk the line between history and legend. "There's talk of a riverboat that appears on nights when the moon is as full as it is tonight. No steam from her stacks, no churning of her wheel, just a silent vessel drifting downstream, like she's riding the current without effort. They say she glows with a light that's not quite lamplight, softer, like moonlight captured in glass. And from her decks comes music so faint you might think you're imagining it, until it catches in your mind and stays there for days afterward." Emma gave a small, skeptical smile. "A ghost ship? Really, Grandpa?" Though her tone was teasing, there was genuine affection beneath it. "Next you'll be telling me about the swamp witch who turns men into bullfrogs." Thomas chuckled, not offended by her disbelief. "I'm just telling you what folks say, Emma. I haven't laid eyes on her myself, but Jerome Fisher, runs the mercantile over on Cypress Street, swears he saw her 2 summers back while night fishing below the Big Bend. Said she passed right by him, silent as owl's wings, with blue-white light spilling from her windows, and the sound of a fiddle playing so sweet it brought tears to his eyes. Mr. Fisher also claims he once caught a catfish big enough to pull his boat halfway to Saint Denis," Emma countered with the gentle impertinence of youth. "That he does," Thomas conceded with another chuckle. "He does. But he's not the only one with such a tale. Leland Cole, who's got no reputation for fancy storytelling, came into the Shady Bell saloon, white as a sheet, one night last spring, claiming he'd seen the phantom riverboat while riding home along the shore road. Said he recognized the tune floating across the water, an old river song his grandmother used to sing, something about following the water to find your heart's true home." Emma's expression softened slightly, her skepticism tempered by the evident sincerity in her grandfather's voice. "And you believe them? That there's really a ghost ship sailing the Lanahichi?" Thomas took another sip of his coffee, considering his answer. "I believe they saw something that defied easy explanation. As for ghosts, well, I've spent most of my life on this river, and I've seen things that made me question what I know about the boundaries between this world and whatever lies beyond it. The river keeps its own counsel and reveals its secrets in its own time." He set his empty mug on the small table beside his chair. "Besides, who's to say what echoes remain when something as alive as the bell meets a violent end? All that music, all those dreams and schemes hatched over card tables, all those lives intertwined with her journeys. Perhaps something of that essence lingers, unwilling or unable to fade entirely from this world." Emma was quiet for a moment, her gaze drawn to the mist that had continued to gather over the water, transforming the river into something dreamlike and mysterious. "If it is real," she finally said, "I wonder why a ghost ship would keep sailing. What would it be looking for?" It was a thoughtful question, and Thomas nodded appreciatively. "Some say it's searching for safe harbor. A journey never completed in life, continuing in whatever comes after. Others think it's trying to warn travelers of dangers on the river, appearing near where accidents have happened or might happen. But old Josiah Wade, you remember him, used to play fiddle at the town dances before his hands got too knotted with arthritis. He has a different idea." "What's that?" Emma asked, drawn into the story despite her earlier skepticism. "Josiah says the phantom riverboat appears to those who stand at crossroads in their lives. Not to everyone, only to those with music in their souls, as he puts it. Says the boat and its ghostly musicians remind folks that life, like the river, keeps flowing forward, and sometimes the bravest thing a person can do is surrender to that current and see where it takes them." Thomas fell silent, his gaze once again drawn to the river where mist now curled in elegant patterns above the water's surface, occasionally parting to reveal moon-silvered wavelets that seemed to wink like knowing eyes before disappearing again beneath the vaporous veil. "It's getting late," Emma said after a comfortable silence had stretched between them. "Mama will worry if I'm not back soon." She stood, brushing non-existent wrinkles from her skirt before leaning down to plant a kiss on her grandfather's weathered cheek. "Don't stay up all night watching for ghost ships," she added with a teasing smile. Thomas returned her smile, reaching up to pat her hand. "I'll be along shortly. Just want to finish my watch in proper fashion." He gestured toward the mist-shrouded river. "Beautiful night for stargazing, even if the only vessels passing are made of fog and moonlight." After Emma had departed, her light footsteps fading along the wooden walkway, Thomas settled deeper into his chair. The night had grown profoundly quiet, with even the chorus of frogs and insects seeming to hold their collective breath. The mist continued to thicken over the water until the far shore had disappeared entirely, leaving only a silvery void beyond the edge of the dock. Thomas felt a peculiar stillness settle over him, not the stillness of tension or anticipation, but rather a deep quietude that seemed to extend from his body into the surrounding night. And then, so faintly he might have imagined it, came the sound of music drifting across the water, a single harmonica playing a melody both familiar and elusive, like a half-remembered dream. The notes rose and fell with gentle precision, neither happy nor sad, but containing elements of both. A tune that spoke of journeys and returns, of loss and discovery, of the circular nature of human experience. Thomas straightened in his chair, straining his eyes to penetrate the mist that now completely obscured the river. The music grew slightly louder, still distant, but undeniably present. A melancholy harmonica joined now by the softer strains of a violin, the two instruments weaving around each other in perfect harmony. A melody that tugged at his memory, hovering just beyond the edge of recognition, and then he saw it, or thought he did. A faint glow within the mist, diffuse at first, but gradually resolving into the suggestion of a vessel moving slowly downstream. Not clearly visible, more an impression than a concrete image, but Thomas would have staked his life on what it was, a riverboat, 3 decks high, its shape graceful and proud against the luminous fog. His heart began to beat faster, though not with fear. Instead, he felt a profound sense of recognition, coupled with a bittersweet longing that brought tears to his eyes. The music continued, joined now by what sounded like a piano and the deep, resonant notes of an upright bass. A full quartet, playing with flawless coordination, their melody carrying effortlessly across the water. As the ethereal vessel drew nearer, floating parallel to the shore, perhaps 100 yards out, Thomas rose from his chair on legs that felt surprisingly steady. He moved to the edge of the dock, drawn by an impulse he couldn't have explained, but felt no need to question. The music washed over him in gentle waves, and within its complex patterns he began to discern a familiar refrain. Shenandoah, one of the oldest and most beloved river songs, but played with embellishments he had never heard before, transforming the simple melody into something transcendent. The glowing outline of the riverboat was clearer now, though still veiled by mist and moonlight, its edges softly blurred, as if existing simultaneously in multiple realities. Thomas could make out the silhouette of its tall stacks, the elegant curve of its upper decks, and the massive paddle wheel at its stern. Motionless, yet somehow conveying the impression of rotation through some trick of light and shadow. From the middle deck, where the grand salon would be located, spilled a gentle blue-white radiance unlike any lamplight Thomas had ever seen. Neither harsh nor flickering, but steady as starlight, and just as remote. Within that glow moved shadowy figures, suggesting passengers engaged in the timeless activities of riverboat leisure, conversing, perhaps dancing, gathering around gaming tables, or simply gazing out at the passing shore. But it was to the upper deck that Thomas's attention was inexorably drawn. There, partially visible through the mist, 4 figures stood arranged in the classic formation of a riverboat quartet, though distance and atmospheric conditions prevented him from distinguishing their features clearly. Their postures were unmistakable. One seated at what could only be a piano, another holding a violin to his shoulder, a third cradling what appeared to be a clarinet, or perhaps the harmonica, currently leading the melody, and the fourth standing beside an upright bass. The music swelled slightly as the boat drew level with the dock, the haunting refrain of Shenandoah giving way to another tune that sent a shock of recognition through Thomas. The Belle's Waltz, a piece composed specifically for the Belle of Saint Denis by her original pianist and played only aboard that vessel. Thomas had not heard it in over 30 years, not since the day of the explosion that had claimed both the boat and most of her musicians. Without conscious decision, Thomas raised his right hand in the traditional river pilot's salute, a gesture of respect and recognition exchanged between passing vessels. For a moment, that seemed to extend beyond normal boundaries of time. He stood thus, hand raised, eyes fixed on the ghostly riverboat as it drifted silently past his position. And then, though he would question later whether it had truly happened or been a product of moonlight and mist playing tricks on aging eyes, he saw one of the figures on the upper deck detach from the others and move to the railing, a slender arm raised, in mirror of his own salute, holding what might have been a violin bow, tilted in acknowledgement before returning to position. The music never faltered, continuing its ethereal performance as the riverboat began to disappear into the mist downstream, its glow gradually diminishing until only the faintest suggestion of light remained, and finally even that was gone. The music lingered longer than the visual apparition, floating back across the water with diminishing clarity, until Thomas could no longer distinguish between actual sound and the echo of melody in his memory. Eventually that too faded, leaving him alone on the dock with only the returning chorus of frogs and night insects for company. Thomas remained at the edge of the dock for some time afterward, his thoughts drifting like the mist over the water. He felt neither frightened nor bewildered by what he had witnessed, or believed he had witnessed. Instead, a profound sense of peace had settled over him, as if some long, unresolved tension had finally found release. When he finally turned back toward his chair to retrieve his cap, Thomas noticed that his hands, so often plagued by the tremors of advancing age, were perfectly steady. He flexed his fingers experimentally, marveling at how limber they felt, how free of the arthritic stiffness that usually troubled him on damp evenings. A small miracle, perhaps, or simply the temporary remission that sometimes occurs in chronic conditions. Either way, he accepted it with the same equanimity with which he had accepted the vision on the river. Gathering his few belongings, Thomas extinguished the oil lamp and made his way along the dock toward shore, his steps sure despite the darkness. The full moon provided ample light for his journey, transforming the familiar path into something slightly magical. An ordinary route made extraordinary by altered perception. Much like life itself, Thomas reflected as he walked. The same events, viewed through different eyes or at different times, could appear wholly transformed without changing their essential nature. By the time he reached his small cabin at the edge of town, nestled beneath ancient live oaks draped with Spanish moss, the experience had already begun to take on the quality of a particularly vivid dream. Yet the melody of the bell's waltz remained clear in his mind, and he found himself humming it softly as he prepared for bed, the notes rising and falling with the precision of recent hearing rather than distant memory. Morning arrived with the golden clarity characteristic of early autumn days in the bayou country. Thomas awoke feeling more rested than he had in years, the heaviness that often accompanied his first waking moments noticeably absent. After a simple breakfast, he found himself drawn inexorably back to the river, arriving at the dock just as the morning mist was burning away under the strengthening sun. In daylight, the Lanahichi presented a very different aspect, busy with the practical commerce of a working waterway rather than the mysterious beauty of its nocturnal incarnation. A small fishing boat chugged upstream, its pilot raising a hand in casual salute as he passed. On the far shore, herons waded in the shallows, their graceful forms reflected in water turned from silver to amber by morning light. Thomas stood at the same spot where he had witnessed, or imagined, the phantom riverboat the night before. By day, no trace remained of the ethereal vessel or its spectral music, yet he felt no doubt about what he had experienced. Some things existed beyond the realm of rational explanation or physical evidence, residing instead in that liminal space where perception and reality blended into personal truth. "Thought I might find you here," came a familiar voice from behind him. Thomas turned to find Josiah Wade making his careful way along the dock, leaning heavily on a carved hickory cane. At 78, the former fiddler moved with the deliberate caution of a man well acquainted with the increased fragility of aging bones, yet his eyes remained bright beneath bushy white brows, missing little of what crossed their path. "Morning, Josiah," Thomas greeted him. "You're out and about early today?" Josiah nodded, coming to stand beside Thomas at the dock's edge. "Sleep doesn't court me the way it used to. Dawn and I have become well acquainted these past few years. He gestured toward the river with his free hand. Besides, something told me you might have had an interesting night watch. Thomas glanced sharply at his old friend, trying to determine if there was specific knowledge behind the comment, or merely Josiah's usual intuition. The former musician's expression revealed nothing beyond mild curiosity and the habitual slight smile that had earned him the nickname Smiling Wade in his younger years. "What makes you say that?" Thomas asked, neither confirming nor denying. Josiah's smile deepened slightly. "Full moon last night. River mist thick as cream. Perfect conditions for unusual observations." The careful phrasing caused Thomas to chuckle despite himself. "You mean perfect conditions for seeing ghost ships?" "Did you?" Josiah asked simply, his gaze steady on Thomas's face. Thomas considered deflecting the question with humor or changing the subject entirely, but something in Josiah's expression, an openness, a lack of judgment, invited honesty. "I saw something," he admitted quietly. "Heard something too. Music like I haven't heard in 30 years. The Bell's Waltz played exactly as Maxwell Coleman composed it for the Belle of Saint Denis." Josiah nodded slowly, unsurprised. "I thought you might have. There's a look people get after such encounters. A kind of peaceful bewilderment, if that makes any sense. Like they've been given a gift they don't fully understand but know is valuable nonetheless." "You've seen it too, then?" Thomas asked, though he already knew the answer. "3 times over the years," Josiah confirmed. "First time was the night after I buried Martha. I'd walked down to the river because the house was too empty, too quiet without her. Sat right where your rocking chair stands now and cried until I had no tears left. That's when I heard it. Fiddle music, floating across the water, playing Martha's favorite hymn." He paused, visibly moved by the memory, despite the decades that had passed since his wife's death, looked up and saw the riverboat coming through the mist, all glowing like moonlight turned solid. Couldn't make out much detail at that distance, but I'd stake my life that the fiddler playing on the upper deck was Elijah Jackson. Same tall, lean build, same way of holding the instrument high on the shoulder. "Elijah," Thomas repeated softly. "The only musician who survived the Bell's explosion." "The very same," Josiah agreed, "though he never played another note in this life, far as anybody knows. Put away his fiddle after the accident and never took it up again, despite having hands still perfectly capable. Said the music had gone out of him. Lived another 12 years, but never touched an instrument again. At least, not that anyone witnessed." Thomas absorbed this information thoughtfully. "You said you saw the riverboat 3 times. When were the others?" "Second time was just after I had to give up playing due to these gnarled hands," Josiah replied, flexing his fingers to demonstrate the twisted joints that had ended his musical career. "I was in a dark place then, feeling like I'd lost my purpose along with my ability to make music. Took to sitting by the river at night, nursing a bottle of whiskey and a healthy portion of self-pity." He shook his head, smiling ruefully at the memory of his younger self. "Full moon, of course. I heard music coming across the water. Not just any music, but a piece I'd composed myself years earlier, and played only a handful of times at local dances. Never wrote it down, never taught it to another living soul, yet there it was, perfect in every detail, floating from the deck of that ghostly riverboat." "Did you see who was playing it?" Thomas asked, fascinated despite his usual practical nature. "Couldn't swear to individual faces, but I'd bet considerable money that one of the figures standing on that upper deck was Maxwell Coleman himself, the bell's pianist who died in the explosion. He and I used to swap tunes whenever the bell docked here. Must have remembered my composition all those years." Thomas nodded slowly, finding the idea strangely comforting rather than disturbing. And the third time, a more complex emotion crossed Josiah's weathered features. Something like wonder mingled with profound acceptance. "That was 5 years back, just after the doctor told me the pains in my chest weren't just indigestion, but a heart that's wearing out. I came down to the river that night trying to make peace with the idea of limited time." He gestured toward the water flowing steadily past them. The riverboat appeared, same as before, but this time it came closer to shore than I'd ever seen it. Close enough that I could make out faces on the upper deck. Not clearly, mind you, more like looking at someone through rippled glass, but clear enough. "Who did you see?" Thomas asked softly, sensing they had reached the heart of Josiah's story. Maxwell at the piano, Clarence with his clarinet, Bartholomew on bass, all of the Bell's original musicians who perished in the explosion. And Elijah too, playing his fiddle with an expression of such joy it nearly broke my heart to witness it. Josiah's voice had dropped nearly to a whisper. "They were all there, Thomas. Not as they were at the end, broken or burned or drowned, but whole and vibrant, making music together as if they'd never stopped." Thomas felt a shiver pass through him that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with recognition of profound truth. "What did you do?" "I raised my hand in greeting," Josiah said simply, and Elijah, or whoever or whatever wore his semblance, nodded to me and smiled. Then he did something I'll never forget as long as I draw breath. He pointed his bow directly at me and then gestured downstream, as if to say, "We'll see you further along the river." The two men stood in companionable silence after that, watching the morning traffic on the Lanahichi while contemplating matters that transcended ordinary daily concern. Birds called from the nearby cypresses, their voices occasionally rising above the gentle lapping of water against the dock pilings. From town came the distant sounds of commerce beginning. Wagon wheels on packed dirt, a blacksmith's hammer striking rhythmically against an anvil, human voices calling greetings or haggling over prices. "You know what I think?" Josiah finally said, breaking their contemplative quiet. "I think that riverboat isn't searching for anything. It's not lost or trapped or trying to complete some unfinished journey. What is it doing then?" Thomas asked. Josiah smiled, the expression transforming his lined face into a map of hard-earned wisdom. "Continuing. Simply continuing what brought joy in life. Making music, traveling the river, connecting with those still on this shore, not as punishment or unfinished business, but as extension, continuation of what mattered most." Thomas considered this perspective, finding it aligned with his own impressions from the previous night. There had been nothing mournful or desperate about the phantom riverboat or its spectral musicians, no sense of souls in torment or spirits unable to find rest. Instead, the entire apparition had conveyed a quality of serene purpose, of harmony both musical and existential. "Do you think you'll see it again?" he asked Josiah. The old fiddler shrugged, his shoulders rising and falling with the easy acceptance of a man who had made peace with life's uncertainties. "Perhaps. Or perhaps my next encounter with those musicians will be from the other side of the veil. Either way, I find comfort in knowing they're out there, still playing, still traveling the river that defined their lives." He patted Thomas's shoulder with gnarled but gentle fingers. "And now you've seen it too. Means you're at a crossing point, according to the tales." "A crossing point?" Thomas repeated thoughtfully. "I suppose that's accurate enough. Been feeling lately like I'm just marking time, no real purpose. beyond watching a dock where less and less traffic passes each year. Emma will be marrying soon, moving up to Ansburg with that mining engineer she's sweet on. Her mother will likely follow, wanting to be near the grandchildren when they come. And you've been wondering what comes next, Josiah finished for him, whether to go with them or stay here where the river flows familiar but increasingly lonely. Thomas nodded, somewhat surprised by his friend's perceptiveness. Something like that. Well, Josiah said, straightening with a slight wince as his back protested the movement, if last night's visitation follows the pattern of my own experiences, you'll find yourself seeing things clearer in the coming days. Not that decisions get easier, necessarily, but the right path tends to reveal itself once you stop trying to force an answer. He turned to make his way back along the dock, moving with the careful deliberation of advanced age. I'm heading to the mercantile for some tobacco. Care to join me? Thomas shook his head. I think I'll stay here a while longer, but I appreciate the company, Josiah, and the perspective. After the old fiddler had departed, Thomas remained at the edge of the dock, watching the river's steady flow with renewed attention. Each ripple, each eddy, each subtle variation in current spoke of the water's endless journey, always moving yet somehow remaining the same river that had carved this course over countless centuries. There was wisdom in that paradox, Thomas reflected. Perhaps the truest continuity existed not in static permanence, but in graceful adaptation to the inevitability of change. The day passed in quiet contemplation, interspersed with the practical tasks of his watchman's role, assisting the occasional boat that docked, maintaining the simple facilities, keeping basic records of river traffic. Yet beneath these routine activities ran a current of heightened awareness, a sense that ordinary experience had been subtly but permanently altered by what he had witnessed the previous night. As evening approached once more, Thomas found himself anticipating darkness with neither dread nor excessive hope, but rather a calm readiness to accept whatever the night might bring. The riverboat might appear again, though according to both legend and Josiah's experience, such visitations rarely occurred on consecutive nights. Or it might remain absent, its message already delivered, leaving Thomas to interpret its significance according to his own understanding. Emma appeared at dusk, bringing his evening meal in a covered basket, and her customary warmth that brightened the gathering shadows. They sat together on the dock as they had the previous evening, though Thomas noted a certain restraint in her manner, as if she sensed some change in him, but couldn't quite identify its nature. "Are you feeling well, Grandpa?" she finally asked, as they watched the first stars appear in the darkening sky. "You seem different somehow." Thomas smiled, touched by her perception and concern. "I'm fine, Emma. Just thinking about things a bit differently today. Age brings perspective, if you're lucky enough to be paying attention when it arrives." She studied his face in the fading light, her own features so reminiscent of her mother's, and through her, of Thomas's late wife, Sarah, who had passed nearly 15 years earlier. 3 generations of women with the same determined chin and expressive eyes, a legacy of strength and beauty that would continue through Emma into whatever family she created with her young engineer. "Is it about me leaving?" she asked directly, ever practical, even in emotional matters. "Because I've been thinking, maybe Andrew could find work closer to here. The mining company has operations all over the region." Thomas reached for her hand, squeezing it gently. "Your young man has a promising future in Ansburg, and that's where you should go. Don't anchor yourself to an old riverboat captain whose best journeys are behind him." "But we don't want to leave you alone," Emma protested, her eyes bright with unspilled tears. "Who said anything about being alone?" Thomas countered with a smile. I've been thinking it might be time for a change myself. Been stationary too long. It's not natural for a riverman. Emma's expression brightened. You mean you'd come with us to Ansburg? Thomas considered her question carefully, not wanting to either mislead or disappoint her. I might visit for extended periods, he said diplomatically, but I've been corresponding with Captain Harrison of the Delta Queen. They're short a pilot familiar with the upper reaches of the Lanahetchee. Seems my reputation hasn't entirely faded from memory. You'd go back to piloting? Emma asked, surprise evident in her voice. At your age? Thomas chuckled at her unintentional bluntness. The river doesn't care how many years you've seen, only how well you read its moods and remember its secrets. And these hands, he held them up, noting with quiet satisfaction that they remained steadier than they had been in years, still know their way around a wheelhouse. Emma's surprise gave way to thoughtful consideration. You'd be happier on the water than in some mining town, she said after a moment, demonstrating the perceptiveness that had always distinguished her from her peers. I can see that now. We all have our own rivers to follow, Thomas said, the words coming to him with the feeling of discovered rather than invented wisdom. Yours leads to Ansburg and a future with Andrew. Mine still flows with the Lanahetchee, at least for a while longer. They sat in comfortable silence as full darkness settled around them, the moon, a day past full but still brilliantly round, rising above the eastern tree line to cast its silver light across the water. No mist gathered tonight, the air remaining clear and carrying the sounds of night creatures with crystalline precision. No phantom riverboat would appear under these conditions. Thomas knew instinctively. Yet he felt no disappointment at this certainty. What had been given was sufficient. To expect or demand more would be both greedy and unnecessary. After Emma had departed for home, promising to return the following evening, Thomas settled into his rocking chair with a contentment he hadn't felt in years. The decision that had been forming in his mind since his conversation with Josiah that morning now felt right and necessary. Not an escape from current circumstances, but a return to the life that had always suited him best. The phantom riverboat, whatever its objective reality, had served as catalyst for recognizing truths he had too long ignored in the name of practical consideration. 3 weeks later, Thomas Holloway stood on the pilot deck of the Delta Queen, his hands resting lightly on the great wooden wheel as the paddle steamer made its stately way upstream toward Van Horn Trading Post. At 72, he was by far the oldest pilot in the company's employ, yet Captain Harrison had hired him without hesitation, after a brief demonstration of his still considerable skills at navigating the Lanahetchee's complex channels and shifting sandbar. The night stretched calm and clear around him, stars scattered across the dark sky like diamond dust on velvet. Below, on the main deck, passengers enjoyed an evening concert by the boat's resident musicians, a trio of young performers whose enthusiasm more than compensated for their occasional lack of polish. Their music drifted up to the wheelhouse, providing pleasant accompaniment to Thomas's careful observation of the river ahead. A movement at the periphery of his vision caused him to turn slightly, expecting to find the first mate arriving with the evening's cup of coffee that had quickly become routine. Instead, he found himself looking at a strange distortion in the air beside the wheelhouse door, a shimmering like heat waves on a summer road, though the October night held the distinct chill of advancing autumn. As Thomas watched, the distortion gradually resolved into a more defined shape, the suggestion of a human figure, tall and slender, holding what appeared to be a violin tucked beneath one arm. Though transparent as mist, the apparition conveyed an unmistakable impression of substance. Not solid matter, perhaps, but definitely a presence rather than mere visual aberration. Elijah Jackson, Thomas said quietly, recognizing the figure from photographs he had seen during his years on the Belle of Saint Denis. I wondered if we might meet properly. The spectral figure inclined its head in what could only be interpreted as acknowledgement. Though no features were clearly discernible, the entire apparition possessing the quality of an image viewed through rippled glass. Thomas sensed a smile in the subtle shift of its posture. "I took your advice," Thomas continued, feeling no fear despite the extraordinary nature of the encounter. "Got back on the river where I belong. Should have done it years ago instead of convincing myself. My piloting days were behind me." The figure raised one transparent hand in a gesture that somehow conveyed both approval and salutation between colleagues. Then it gestured toward the river ahead, where the navigation channel narrowed between submerged sandbars, a notoriously tricky passage that required a pilot's full attention, especially at night. "Right you are," Thomas agreed, returning his focus to the wheelhouse windows. "Business before conversation, even with visitors from wherever you call home these days." He made the necessary adjustments to their course, feeling the massive riverboat respond to his guidance with the same combination of power and grace he had always loved about these vessels. By the time he looked back toward the wheelhouse door, the apparition had vanished. Not suddenly, but with the gradual dissolution of mist under gentle sunlight. Yet Thomas didn't feel abandoned or unsettled by the visitation's end. Instead, a profound sense of rightness settled over him, confirmation that he had correctly interpreted the message of the phantom riverboat and its spectral musicians. Not a warning or a haunting in the traditional sense, but an invitation to reconnection with his true nature and purpose. From below came the sound of the boat's musicians transitioning into a new piece. Coincidentally, or perhaps not, a variant of Shenandoah arranged for piano, violin, and clarinet. Thomas smiled as he guided the Delta Queen through the narrow channel, her paddle wheel churning steadily against the current, lanterns casting warm pools of light on the dark water sliding past her hull. Ahead lay Van Horn, then St. Denis, then eventually the return journey to Bayou Noir, where Emma would be waiting to share news of wedding preparations and Andrew's latest promotion. Life, flowing forward like the river itself, always moving, always changing, yet somehow maintaining its essential nature through all transformations. And somewhere out on the night-dark water, Thomas knew without needing confirmation, the riverboat that never docked continued its eternal journey. Musicians playing for the joy of creation rather than audience, paddle wheel turning without practical purpose, passengers enjoying an endless voyage unmarred by destination or arrival. Not a tragedy, he reflected as stars wheeled overhead and the Delta Queen moved steadily upstream under his experienced guidance. Not a haunting born of violence or unfinished business, but rather a continuation of what had brought meaning in life. Music and motion and the endless fascination of the river's flow, sustained beyond conventional boundaries of existence through the perfect alchemy of love and memory. Thomas adjusted their course slightly to compensate for a cross-current, his hands sure on the wheel, his heart full with the simple contentment of being exactly where he belonged. Ahead, the river stretched dark and mysterious, yet utterly familiar. A path leading forever forward into both the unknown and the deeply remembered, much like life itself in all its beautiful complexity. As Thomas guided the Delta Queen through the darkening waters, the gentle rhythm of the paddle wheel marked the passage of time like a heartbeat. Somewhere in the distance, beyond the river's winding path and across the vast expanses of the frontier, another tale was unfolding beneath the same star-filled sky. Far from the misty riverbanks and floating melodies, The landscape transformed into rugged terrain where twin mesas stood sentinel against the horizon. There, beneath the watchful gaze of these ancient formations, flames flickered in the gathering darkness, a campfire around which another story waited to be told. The light of that distant campfire seemed to call across the miles, a beacon of warmth and wonder in the wilderness, inviting us to leave the gentle current of the Lanahichi River and journey westward, where the land rises to meet the heavens and the shadows tell stories of their own. The last whispers of daylight were fading from the western sky as Elijah Morgan guided his horse across the open plain that stretched between twin mesas. Those massive formations of red sandstone stood like ancient sentinels against the darkening horizon, their flat tops silhouetted against a canvas of deepening purple and the first glimmering stars. Elijah had been riding since dawn, having left the small settlement of Strawberry 3 days prior, with no destination in mind beyond the next horizon. At 36, he had spent the better part of 2 decades wandering from town to town, earning his keep with nothing but his voice and the battered guitar strapped to his saddle. The life of a drifting singer suited him well enough. There was always need for entertainment in frontier towns, where hardship and monotony were constant companions to those trying to carve out an existence. Elijah brought stories in his songs, tales of love and loss, of heroism and folly, of the endless struggle between man and the unforgiving land. He sang of things that resonated in the hearts of weather-beaten ranchers and weary shopkeepers, of wide-eyed children and solemn-faced women who had buried too many dreams beneath the hard prairie soil. For an evening, his music allowed them to feel something beyond the daily grind of survival, and in return, they provided him with a meal, a drink, and occasionally a few dollars to sustain his perpetual journey. But lately, something had changed. The songs no longer flowed as easily as they once had, and Elijah found himself repeating the same tired melodies in town after town, his heart no longer finding resonance in the familiar rhythms. Something was missing, or perhaps something was present that hadn't been there before, a restlessness that couldn't be soothed by movement alone. He had left Strawberry not just in search of new audiences, but in search of something he couldn't name, some elusive answer to a question he hadn't yet properly formed. The night was fully upon him now, and Elijah realized he had misjudged both distance and direction. The twin mesas should have been behind him by now, yet there they loomed, seemingly no closer than they had been hours ago. The open plain offered few landmarks, and in the growing darkness, even the stars provided little guidance to a man whose mind had been wandering as much as his body. He was lost, though not yet dangerously so. The plains were dry but not hostile in this season, and his canteens still held enough water to see him through to morning. "Well, Dusk," he said to his dun-colored mare, patting her neck affectionately, "seems we'll be making camp under those mesas tonight after all. A bit more riding and we'll find a suitable spot." The horse nickered softly in response, her pace steady despite the long day's journey. Elijah had purchased her 3 years prior from a rancher outside Valentine, who had claimed she was too stubborn for proper work. In Elijah's experience, she was simply particular about who earned her cooperation, a quality he respected rather than resented. They had covered thousands of miles together since, developing the wordless understanding that comes from sharing hardship and peaceful moments in equal measure. As they continued toward the mesas, Elijah noticed an unexpected pinpoint of orange light in the distance, flickering against the base of the western formation. Campfire, he realized with a mixture of relief and wariness. Company could be welcome or dangerous out here where law existed mostly as a distant concept rather than a present reality. Still, after a day of solitude, the prospect of conversation around a fire held undeniable appeal. He guided Dusk toward the light, approaching at an angle that would allow him to observe before committing to contact. As they drew nearer, he could make out a simple camp, a small fire encircled by stones. A bedroll laid out nearby, and a horse grazing a short distance away. One person then, and apparently settled in for the night rather than lying in wait for unsuspecting travelers. The setup appeared ordinary enough, yet something about the scene nagged at Elijah's senses in a way he couldn't immediately identify. Only when they had closed to within 100 yards did he realize what seemed odd. The fire cast light, but produced no smoke. Even the smallest campfire would send at least a thin tendril of smoke into the night air. Yet the flame before him burned clear and steady, as if fed by something other than wood. For a moment he considered turning away, an old superstition about phantom lights rising unbidden in his mind. But weariness and curiosity proved stronger motivators than caution, and he continued forward, calling out when he was close enough to be heard clearly, but still far enough to turn and flee if necessary. "Hello, the camp? Rider coming in, if you've no objection to company." The figure seated beside the fire looked up at his call. In the dancing light, Elijah could make out a man of indeterminate age, his face weathered by sun and wind, wearing the practical clothing of a working cowhand. Nothing remarkable or threatening about his appearance. The stranger raised a hand in greeting, but offered no verbal response to Elijah's hail. Not immediately unwelcoming then, but not effusive either. "Name's Elijah Morgan," he continued, drawing Dusk to a halt at a respectful distance. "I'm a bit turned around out here and could use a place to rest until morning. Happy to share whatever I've got by way of supplies in exchange for a spot by your fire." The stranger gestured toward the opposite side of the fire with a simple nod, apparently granting permission without words. Elijah dismounted, patting Dusk's neck before leading her to a patch of sparse grass not far from the stranger's own mount, a sturdy-looking Appaloosa with distinctive spotted hindquarters. He removed her saddle and bridle, placing them nearby before retrieving his saddlebags and bedroll. As he approached the fire, Elijah was struck again by its unusual quality. The flames danced and flickered with natural movement, casting warm light that illuminated the small circle of stones containing it, yet there was no discernible fuel source. No wood, no coal, not even dried buffalo chips that travelers sometimes used when timber was scarce. More curious still, while the fire provided illumination in abundance, it seemed to generate less heat than its size would suggest. Standing beside it, Elijah felt the gentle warmth one might experience from early morning sunlight, rather than the searing intensity of proper flames. "Unusual fire you've got here," he commented as he arranged his bedroll across from his silent host. "Never seen anything quite like it." The stranger's expression remained impassive as he made a simple gesture, a slight shrug combined with an open-palmed motion toward the surrounding landscape that seemed to suggest this peculiarity was somehow a natural feature of the location, rather than something of his creation. His continued silence was beginning to seem less like reservedness and more like a genuine inability or unwillingness to speak. "Not much for conversation, are you?" Elijah observed, receiving another shrug in response. "That's all right. A man gets used to his own company out here, no offense taken." Setting aside the mystery of both the fire and his silent companion for the moment, Elijah rummaged through his saddlebags and produced a small parcel wrapped in waxed paper, his remaining provisions from Strawberry. He unwrapped it to reveal half a loaf of slightly stale bread, a hunk of cheese that had hardened on the outside but remained edible, and a few strips of dried beef. Not a feast by any measure, but adequate sustenance for a traveler accustomed to simple fare. Care to share? He offered, holding the parcel toward the stranger. The man shook his head slightly, then reached beside him to lift a battered tin cup and raised it in Elijah's direction. Not quite a toast, but a gesture indicating he had his own provisions and needed nothing. Elijah nodded acknowledgement and set about making a simple meal for himself, tearing off a piece of bread and cutting a portion of cheese to go with it. As he ate, Elijah studied his companion more carefully. The man's clothing was worn, but well maintained, suggesting someone who took care with limited resources. His hands bore the calluses of hard physical labor, most likely ranch work given his general appearance. There was a quietude about him that went beyond mere silence, a stillness that seemed almost contemplative, as if he were listening to something beyond ordinary hearing. Most notable, though, was the lack of any weapons within reach. Out here, nearly everyone traveled armed in some fashion, yet this man sat beside his mysterious fire, with apparently no means of defense beyond his own physical capabilities. "You know," Elijah said after finishing his simple meal, "in my experience, folks who don't talk much usually have the most interesting stories." He smiled slightly, not expecting a response, but feeling compelled to fill the silence nonetheless. "To me, I tell other people's stories for a living. I'm a singer, go from town to town sharing songs about all manner of things. Used to be I could spin a new tune from whatever I saw along the trail, but lately..." He trailed off, suddenly aware that he was sharing more than was customary with a complete stranger, especially one who hadn't asked. The silent man regarded him with quiet interest, offering neither encouragement nor discouragement for him to continue. His eyes reflected the dancing flames, giving them an unusual depth that Elijah found slightly unsettling, yet not threatening. There was something about this man and this place that invited candor, as if the normal barriers between strangers had been temporarily suspended by mutual agreement. "Lately I've been wondering what it's all for," Elijah found himself continuing, despite having had no intention of discussing such matters. 20 years of wandering, singing other people's joys and sorrows, and what do I have to show for it? No home, no family, not even many possessions beyond what Dusk can carry. Sometimes I think I should have stayed in one place, put down roots, built something lasting." He gave a rueful chuckle. "But then, I likely would have spent those years wondering what I was missing out on the trail. Seems a man's always longing for what he doesn't have." The stranger nodded slowly, his expression suggesting not just understanding, but a deep personal familiarity with the sentiment Elijah had expressed. He gestured toward the fire, then to himself, and finally made a circular motion with his finger before pointing back to the fire, a series of movements that Elijah interpreted to mean this was not the man's first visit to this particular spot. "You come here regular then?" Elijah asked, receiving another nod in confirmation. "Something special about this place?" The silent man made no immediate response beyond a thoughtful expression. Then, with deliberate movements, he reached for a small leather pouch tucked inside his jacket. Opening it carefully, he withdrew what appeared to be a folded piece of paper, yellowed with age and soft from repeated handling. With reverent care, he unfolded it to reveal what Elijah could now see was a small pencil drawing, simple but skillfully executed, of a woman holding an infant, both rendered with evident affection. The man gazed at the image for a long moment before turning it toward Elijah, allowing him to see what was clearly a treasured possession. "Family?" Elijah asked softly. The man nodded, his expression revealing more in that simple movement than many men might express in a torrent of words. There was love there, certainly, but also profound loss. The look of someone who carried the weight of absence every day of his life. He folded the drawing with the same care he had shown in removing it, returned it to its pouch and tucked it away. Then he gestured toward the mysterious fire again, tapped his chest, and finally pointed to his temple. "The fire shows you something about them," Elijah guessed, trying to interpret the pantomime. "Or helps you remember." The man tilted his head slightly, considering this interpretation before offering a nuanced response. Not quite disagreement, but suggesting Elijah hadn't fully grasped his meaning. He repeated the gesture toward the fire, but this time followed it by placing both hands over his heart, then moving them outward as if releasing something into the air. "It brings what's inside out," Elijah said slowly, comprehension dawning. "What you carry in your heart becomes visible somehow?" This earned a more definitive nod of confirmation, along with a slight gesture toward Elijah that seemed to invite him to experience the phenomenon for himself. The suggestion brought a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Whatever this fire was, some natural oddity or something more difficult to explain, it clearly held significance beyond mere illumination or warmth. "I appreciate the invitation," Elijah said carefully, "but I think I'll just enjoy the light for now, if that's all the same to you." The silent man accepted this decision without apparent judgment, settling back into his previous position of quiet contemplation. For a time they sat in companionable silence, the strange fire casting its steady glow across the small camp as the night deepened around them. Overhead, stars crowded the vast dome of the sky, their ancient light a reminder of how small human concerns were in the grand scheme of creation. Eventually, Elijah reached for his guitar, removing it from its protective wrappings with practiced hands. "Do you mind?" he asked, receiving a gesturing invitation to proceed. "Sometimes I think better with strings under my fingers." He began to play, not singing at first, just letting simple melodies emerge as his fingers found their familiar patterns across the fretboard. The notes drifted into the night air, mingling with the occasional distant call of a coyote and the soft rustling of desert winds through the scrubby vegetation that dotted the plain. There was comfort in the ritual of music, in the way it ordered thoughts and emotions into something comprehensible, if not always controllable. As he played, Elijah found his attention repeatedly drawn to the peculiar fire. Its flames seemed almost responsive to his music, dancing with more vigor when the tempo increased and settling into gentle undulation during slower passages. More than once, he thought he glimpsed shapes within the fire itself. Not distinct images, but suggestions of form and movement that hovered just beyond clear perception, like memories not quite fully recalled. "You know," he said after completing a particularly melancholy tune, "when I was a boy, my grandfather used to tell stories about special places where the veil between worlds grew thin. Said there were spots out on the frontier where a person might glimpse things not ordinarily seen, if they came with an open heart and the right timing." He strummed a soft chord. "Never put much stock in those tales myself, but I've seen enough strange things in my travels to keep from dismissing them outright." The silent man nodded, his expression suggesting neither surprise nor skepticism at Elijah's reference to the supernatural. He gestured toward the fire again, then swept his arm to encompass the twin mazes looming dark against the star-filled sky. "This is one of those places, you think?" Elijah asked, receiving another nod in response. "And that's why you come back? To connect with what you've lost?" Something in the man's expression shifted slightly at these words. Not disagreement exactly, but a gentle correction. He placed his hand over his heart again, then pointed to his head before gesturing toward the horizon, where, in a few hours, dawn would begin to break. "Not just to remember then," Elijah interpreted thoughtfully, "but to find something. Clarity, maybe? A way forward?" This earned a more definitive nod of confirmation, along with what might have been the ghost of a smile. The first such expression Elijah had seen from his taciturn companion. There was something deeply personal yet universal in the silent exchange. A recognition that beneath the specifics of individual circumstance lay common human experiences of loss, questioning, and the search for meaning. Before Elijah could respond further, a movement at the periphery of their small circle of firelight caught his attention. Looking up, he was startled to see a horse standing perhaps 30 yards away. Not his Dusk nor his companion's Appaloosa, but a magnificent wild stallion, its coat a deep chestnut that appeared almost blood red in the strange illumination of the fireless flames. The animal stood perfectly still, watching them with an intensity that seemed far too deliberate for an ordinary beast. "Well, I'll be," Elijah murmured, keeping his voice low to avoid startling the creature. "That's a fine-looking horse. Been following you long?" The silent man glanced toward the stallion with evident familiarity but no surprise, suggesting this was not their first encounter. He shook his head slightly in response to Elijah's question, then gestured toward the fire and back to the wild horse, indicating some connection between the two. "Only comes when the fire is lit," Elijah guessed, receiving a confirming nod. "Another mystery of twin messes, I suppose." The stallion maintained its vigilant stance, neither approaching nor retreating, its presence adding yet another layer to the growing sense that this was indeed a place where ordinary rules might temporarily bend. Elijah found himself wondering what other wonders or oddities might reveal themselves as the night progressed, and whether he had stumbled upon something genuinely supernatural or merely a series of coincidences given significance by human tendency to seek patterns and meaning. As if sensing his internal debate, the silent man reached forward toward the unusual fire, passing his hand directly through the flames without apparent harm or discomfort. He held his palm within the dancing light for several seconds before withdrawing it, then turned it toward Elijah to demonstrate there was no burn or mark of any kind. Having made this point, he gestured toward Elijah with an invitation to try the same experiment himself. Curiosity overcame caution, and Elijah cautiously extended his own hand toward the fire, hesitating just at the boundary where warmth became more pronounced. Taking a breath for courage, he pushed his fingers forward into what should have been searing heat. Instead, he felt only a pleasant tingling sensation, as if his hand had passed through nothing more dangerous than early morning mist illuminated by sunrise. Drawing back in astonishment, he examined his hand to confirm what his senses reported. No burn, no pain, not even the temporary reddening that would accompany brief exposure to ordinary flame. "What is this place?" he whispered, the question directed as much to himself as to his silent companion. "What is this fire?" In response, the man merely gestured toward the surrounding landscape, the mesas, the star-filled sky, and finally toward Elijah himself. A comprehensive movement that seemed to suggest the answer lay not in some external explanation, but in the totality of existence, including Elijah's own perceptions and interpretations. "One of those mysteries better experienced than explained. Is that it?" Elijah said with a slight smile, receiving a nod that might have conveyed both confirmation and approval of his willingness to accept the inexplicable on its own terms. The night deepened as they sat in companionable silence, broken occasionally by soft melodies from Elijah's guitar or the distant call of nocturnal creatures going about their business in the vast darkness beyond their small circle of illumination. The wild stallion remained at its watchful post, occasionally shifting position but never approaching closer nor retreating from view. As midnight came and went, marked by the slow wheel of stars across the heavens, Elijah found himself growing drowsy despite the strangeness of his circumstances. Setting aside his guitar, he arranged his bedroll more comfortably and stretched out beside the peculiar fire, its gentle warmth now a welcome companion against the deepening chill of the desert night. "If you've no objection," he said through a yawn, "I think I'll get some rest. Been a long day of riding, and it seems Dusk and I will need our strength to find our way come morning." The silent man acknowledged this with a simple nod, making no move toward his own bedroll, but settling into what appeared to be a posture of patient watchfulness. There was something reassuring about his vigilance, a sense that he stood guard not just over their small camp, but over the border between ordinary experience and whatever lay beyond it in this unusual place. As Elijah drifted toward sleep, lulled by the hypnotic dance of the flameless fire, he found his thoughts turning unexpectedly toward paths not taken and choices left behind. The faces of people he had known briefly and departed from hastily. Opportunities for connection abandoned in favor of maintaining his freedom to wander. The family he might have created had he ever stayed in one place long enough to put down roots. These reflections came not with their usual accompanying edge of restless dissatisfaction, but with a gentler quality, a contemplative recognition rather than regretful rumination. His last conscious awareness before sleep claimed him completely was of the silent man sitting motionless across the fire, the wild stallion standing sentinel in the darkness beyond, and the massive silhouettes of twin messes rising against the star-scattered sky, all forming a tableau that seemed both perfectly natural and utterly extraordinary in the same moment. When dreams came, they arrived with unusual clarity and coherence. Elijah found himself walking across the same plain where he had made camp, but in his dream the landscape was illuminated by neither sun nor moon, but by a diffuse light that seemed to emanate from the ground itself. The twin mesas stood as they did in waking reality, yet somehow they appeared not as geological formations, but as intentional creations, monuments erected by some ancient, forgotten civilization for purposes beyond modern comprehension. As he walked, Elijah became aware that he was following a path invisible in his waking hours, yet clearly marked in this dreamscape, a trail used by countless others before him, its course determined by some logic deeper than convenience or practicality. The path led him not around but directly between the two mesas, into a narrow passage that opened into a protected valley hidden from outside view. Within this secret valley stood a small settlement, not a proper town, but a gathering of simple dwellings arranged around a central space where, curiously, burned a fire identical to the one beside which his physical body now slept. People moved about the settlement, engaged in ordinary activities of daily life, yet there was nothing ordinary about them. Despite wearing clothes typical of various periods and cultures spanning centuries, they interacted as a unified community, bound by something beyond shared territory or blood kinship. As Elijah approached, these dream people turned to acknowledge him, not with the wariness typically afforded strangers, but with the warm recognition extended to someone long expected. An elderly woman with features that suggested indigenous heritage stepped forward, her eyes alight with wisdom accumulated across what seemed multiple lifetimes. "The singer arrives," she stated simply, her voice carrying despite its softness. "Come, sit by our fire. It has been waiting for you." "I don't understand," Elijah replied, finding he could speak in this dream with a clarity often absent in ordinary sleep visions. "What is this place? Who are all of you?" The woman smiled, the expression transforming her lined face into a map of experienced joy and sorrow. "We are the ones who found the fire when we needed its light. Some stayed, Others continued their journeys. All were changed by what they saw within the flame. She led him to the central fire, that strange woodless blaze that generated light without smoke and warmth without excessive heat. The gathered community made space for him in their circle, offering neither judgment nor expectation, merely patient presence as he took a seat directly across from the elderly woman. "What am I supposed to see?" he asked, studying the dancing flames for some revelation or sign. "Depends," she replied gently. "Depends entirely on what you need to find. The fire shows nothing that isn't already within you, waiting to be recognized." As if responding to her words, the flames before him began to shift, their random patterns gradually resolving into more structured movement. Within their dance, Elijah began to discern faces, dozens of them, flashing briefly before dissolving back into abstract light. He recognized many, people he had sung for in countless saloons and gathering places across the territories. Fellow travelers encountered briefly on shared sections of trail, women and men with whom he had shared moments of connection before the horizon called him onward. "These are all the lives you've touched," the elderly woman observed, her voice somehow audible beneath the soft crackling of the fire. "More numerous than you realized, yes." Before Elijah could respond, the flames shifted again, now showing not just faces but moments. Brief scenes of his music bringing comfort to the grieving, courage to the frightened, joy to celebrations, and solace to the lonely. He saw how his songs had become part of the invisible threads connecting human experiences across the vastness of the frontier, linking isolated communities through shared stories carried from place to place by his wandering presence. "I never thought of it that way," he admitted, watching as the fire continued its display of moments he had considered insignificant at the time. A song requested repeatedly in a mining camp that had just suffered a deadly collapse. A lullaby taught to a young mother struggling with her firstborn in a remote homestead. An old ballad that had brought tears to the eyes of a grizzled trapper who claimed to have forgotten the sound of his homeland until Elijah's music reminded him. "We rarely see the true shape of our own lives," the woman replied. "The patterns only become visible when viewed from sufficient distance." The flames shifted once more, now showing alternate versions of Elijah himself, the settled family man he sometimes imagined becoming, the successful performer in eastern cities he occasionally dreamed of being, the respected teacher passing his musical knowledge to eager students, the solitary hermit retreating from human connection entirely. Each version appeared briefly before dissolving back into the fire, none lingering long enough to suggest greater validity than the others. "Are these paths I could have taken?" he asked, watching these might-have-been selves with fascination and mild discomfort. "Choices I should have made differently?" "They are possibilities that existed and still exist," the woman answered. "But notice how the fire shows them, not as failures to be regretted, but as parallels to be acknowledged. There is no single right path for a life, singer. There is only the path you walk, and what you make of it as you go." As she spoke, the flames coalesced into a new image, a map of sorts, showing trails connecting distant settlements across vast territories. Elijah recognized it as a representation of his own wandering route over 20 years, a seemingly random meandering across the landscape. Yet viewed in its entirety from this dream perspective, the pattern revealed an underlying coherence he had never perceived, as if his supposedly aimless wandering had been guided by some deeper purpose all along. "What does it mean?" he asked, unable to interpret this final vision with certainty. "These," the elderly woman replied, with a smile that conveyed both wisdom and gentle mischief, "is for you to determine, singer. The fire shows, it does not explain. The meaning comes from the viewer, not the vision. Before Elijah could press for more concrete guidance, the dreamscape began to shift around him. The settlement, with its mysterious inhabitants, started to fade like morning mist under strengthening sunlight. The elderly woman remained visible longest, her expression compassionate as she offered one final observation. Remember, the fire burns always, whether you can see it or not. Its light remains available to those who seek it with honest hearts. You have found it once. You can find it again when needed. With these words, the dream dissolved completely, leaving Elijah in the formless darkness of deep sleep. Yet unlike ordinary transitions between dreaming and waking, he carried a lingering awareness of the vision's clarity and significance, as consciousness gradually returned with the first hints of dawn breaking over the eastern horizon. Opening his eyes, Elijah found himself exactly where he had fallen asleep, beside the mysterious fire near Twin Mesas. The flames continued their steady dance, apparently undiminished by the passing of hours, though they seemed somehow less dramatic against the growing light of early morning. Across from him, the silent man remained in his position of watchful repose, showing no signs of having slept during the night. The wild stallion was gone from its observational post, having departed unseen and unheard, while Elijah dreamed. "Morning," Elijah murmured, sitting up and rubbing sleep from his eyes, or nearly so at least. The silent man acknowledged this with a slight nod, his expression revealing neither fatigue nor discomfort despite his apparent night-long vigil. There was something different about him in the strengthening dawn light. Not a physical change exactly, but a sense of imminent departure, as if he had completed whatever purpose had brought him to this place and now prepared to continue onward. "I had unusual dreams," Elijah said after a moment, uncertain how much to share, yet feeling compelled to acknowledge the experience. More vivid than ordinary, more meaningful somehow. This observation earned a knowing nod from his companion, who gestured toward the fire and then tapped his own temple, confirmation that such dreams were an expected outcome of sleeping beside this particular flame. The silent man then pointed toward the eastern horizon, where the first direct rays of sunlight would soon appear, followed by a gesture toward the mysterious fire between them. "The fire goes out at dawn," Elijah guessed, receiving another nod in response. "Does it return each night, or only special times?" The silent man extended one finger, then swept his arm across the sky in an arc that Elijah interpreted as representing the passage of a full year, suggesting the phenomenon was annual rather than nightly. He followed this with a gesture indicating the same circular pattern of return that he had demonstrated the previous evening, coming back to this specific location repeatedly over time. "You come here every year then," Elijah concluded, receiving confirmation in the form of a deliberate nod. "For the dreams? For clarity?" His companion's response was more nuanced, a slight tilt of the head, combined with an open-handed gesture that suggested Elijah's interpretation was partially correct, but incomplete. The silent man then placed his hand over his heart, closed his eyes briefly, and reopened them with an expression of profound peace, communicating without words that his annual pilgrimage served some deeply personal purpose related to internal reconciliation rather than external revelation. Before Elijah could inquire further, a noticeable change occurred in the quality of light around them. The first direct ray of sunlight had crested the eastern horizon, sending a golden beam across the plain toward their small camp. As this natural illumination touched the mysterious fire, something extraordinary happened. The flames neither vanished suddenly nor gradually diminished, but rather seemed to sink into the earth itself, as if being absorbed by the very ground from which they had apparently emerged. Within moments, nothing remained but the circle of stones surrounding ordinary dirt that showed no sign of having hosted a burning fire throughout the night. The silent man watched this transition with evident familiarity, showing neither surprise nor disappointment at the fire's disappearance. With the methodical movements of someone following long-established routine, he began gathering his meager possessions, clearly preparing to depart now that the phenomenon had completed its cycle. "You're leaving already?" Elijah asked, receiving a simple nod in response. "Will you return next year?" This question prompted a more complex answer, a gesture toward the horizon, followed by a circular motion similar to his previous indication of annual return, but this time accompanied by a slight shrug and open-handed gesture suggesting uncertainty rather than definitive planning. Not yes, but perhaps, if circumstances allow. "Well," Elijah said, extending his hand in the universal gesture of parting, "I appreciate the hospitality, such as it was, and the experience. Not sure I understand it fully, but I'm grateful nonetheless." The silent man accepted the handshake with a firm grip that conveyed genuine human connection despite their lack of verbal communication. There was something in his eyes, a recognition perhaps, of shared understanding that transcended the need for spoken language. With a final nod that somehow managed to convey both farewell and acknowledgement of something meaningful exchanged, he turned toward his Appaloosa, now fully saddled and ready for departure. Elijah watched as the man mounted with practiced ease and guided his horse toward the west, not toward any visible trail, but directly into the open country beyond Twin Mesa. Within minutes, horse and rider had dwindled to a small moving dot against the vast landscape before disappearing entirely from view, leaving Elijah alone in the growing light of morning with only the memory of strange flames and vivid dreams as evidence of their encounter. For a time he remained seated beside the now ordinary circle of stones, contemplating both the inexplicable events of the night and the surprisingly coherent message of his dream vision. The elderly woman's words echoed in his mind. "There is no single right path for a life, singer. There is only the path you walk and what you make of it as you go." Perhaps that was the true revelation. Not that he should abandon his wandering life for some more conventional existence, but that he should recognize the value and meaning in the journey he had already chosen. His music, carried from settlement to settlement across the vast territories, formed connections invisible to casual observation, yet vital to the human tapestry being woven across the frontier. If the pattern only became apparent when viewed from sufficient distance, as the dream woman had suggested, then perhaps his occasional feelings of aimlessness stemmed not from lacking purpose, but from standing too close to see the design he was helping to create. With this perspective settling into place, Elijah finally rose and began preparing for his own departure. As he gathered his belongings and saddled Dusk, who had weathered the night without apparent concern for the unusual nature of their campsite, he found himself humming a new melody, something that hadn't happened in many months. The tune seemed to emerge fully formed from some interior wellspring that had been temporarily blocked, but now flowed freely again. Words began attaching themselves to the melody as he worked, a song taking shape about unexpected encounters in liminal spaces, about fires that illuminated without burning, and about the invisible patterns connecting seemingly random events into meaningful wholes. It wasn't a sad song, or even particularly melancholy, despite touching on themes of transience and uncertainty. Rather, it carried a quality of gentle affirmation, acknowledgement that mystery and meaning could coexist without requiring one to diminish the other. With Dusk saddled and his gear secured, Elijah took a final moment to survey the site of his unusual experience. The circle of stones looked entirely ordinary in the morning light, giving no indication of having hosted an inexplicable phenomenon throughout the night. The twin mesas stood as they had for countless millennia, their red sandstone faces beginning to glow with the strengthening sunlight. Nothing remained to prove the strangeness of what had occurred, nothing except the new song forming in his mind and the subtle shift in perspective it represented. "Well, Dusk," he said, patting the mare's neck affectionately as he mounted. "Seems we've got a new tune to share when we reach the next town. And maybe a story too, though I suspect that part might be better kept between ourselves." Guiding his horse eastward, having decided during his reflections that the settlement of Valentine would be his next destination, Elijah began singing his new composition aloud, giving it structure and substance with each repetition. The sound carried across the open plain, a solitary human voice against the vast silence of the landscape, marking his passage as surely as footprints in soft earth. As he rode, a movement caught his attention at the periphery of his vision. Turning slightly in the saddle, he glimpsed the wild stallion standing atop a low rise some distance away. That magnificent chestnut coat, now illuminated by direct sunlight rather than mysterious flame, yet no less impressive for the change in lighting. The animal watched his departure with the same deliberate attention it had shown during the night, its stance suggesting not mere animal curiosity, but something more intentional. Awareness, perhaps, of shared participation in events beyond ordinary understanding. Elijah raised his hand in acknowledgement of this final observer, receiving in response a dignified toss of the stallion's head before it turned and galloped away across the plain, its movements embodying a freedom both wild and purposeful. The sight brought a smile to Elijah's face and added another verse to his developing song, something about kindred spirits recognizing each other across differences of form and circumstance. As twin mesas receded behind him and the morning sun climbed higher in the eastern sky, Elijah continued his journey with a lightness he hadn't felt in months, or perhaps years. The road ahead remained as uncertain as ever, the future as unpredictable, yet these facts no longer generated the restless dissatisfaction that had driven him from Strawberry without clear destination. Whatever might await him in Valentine or beyond, he carried with him now not just new music, but renewed appreciation for his chosen path. The wandering route that, viewed from proper perspective, revealed its own particular coherence and meaning. Whether the fire between twin mesas had been some natural phenomenon with unusual properties, a genuine manifestation of something beyond ordinary reality, or simply the catalyst for his own internal reckoning, mattered less than the clarity it had helped him achieve. The elderly woman in his dream had been right. The fire showed nothing that wasn't already within him, waiting to be recognized. Its light had simply illuminated connections and patterns previously obscured by proximity and habit, allowing him to see with fresh eyes what had been present all along. As the day brightened around him and familiar rhythms of travel reasserted themselves, Elijah continued developing his new song, each verse building on the ones before to create something that felt both personally meaningful and potentially significant to others who might hear it in the days ahead. The horizon beckoned as it always had, but now with invitation rather than compulsion, offering not escape from what lay behind, but connection to what waited beyond. Behind him, twin mesas stood sentinel over their hidden mystery, the extinguished fire waiting beneath ordinary earth for its next appointed manifestation. Whether Elijah would return when that time came remained uncertain, one possibility among many in a life characterized by constant movement. Yet something told him their paths might cross again, under similar circumstances, drawn together by shared participation in the delicate balance between individual journey and collective pattern, between mundane reality and the mysteries that occasionally revealed themselves to those prepared to recognize them. Until then, he had a new song to perfect, and countless audiences waiting in settlements scattered across the vast frontier. People whose lives would briefly intersect with his own before diverging again, creating moments of connection that, while temporary, contributed to something more enduring than any single relationship or location could provide. It was, he realized as Valentine's distant church spire appeared on the eastern horizon, a worthy purpose for a wandering singer who carried not just music, but the invisible threads that helped bind frontier communities into something greater than the sum of their isolated parts. With this thought warming him more effectively than any campfire could manage, Elijah guided Dusk toward the waiting settlement, already anticipating the new faces that would soon gather to hear his songs, including the one born beside a mysterious flame between twin mesas, where dreams revealed truths already known but temporarily forgotten, and where the path ahead clarified not through dramatic revelation but through gentle reminder of what mattered most along the journey. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.